taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich man's
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to another Chill Art Sunday. Happy Sunday, how are you all doing? Hopefully you are doing just fine. So, as it is tradition with the Sundays, I am going to do art. And what I'm going to do today is I am going to continue a Christmas themed picture that I have started 4 years ago and have been working on for the past few Sundays. However, instead of just browsing into the folder that I want, I'm gonna try and actually just type the address. So let's see if that's going to work. So that's Michael and to Deviant Art. There it is. A whip Photoshop. See, Photoshop holiday wishes. Hey, I did it. Although to be fair, I did not type the whole thing. Whatever. Let's see. The file I was working on last was coloring Alpha 4. Right. The last thing I was doing on this thing on last Sunday was I was making paw prints on the snow. Paw prints, footprints, and hoof prints on the snow. Yeah, there they are. And the other thing I did was I started testing kind of an effect to make these black marks on the snow actually look more like actual prints on the snow. So let me continue from here because this actually looks quite okay. I'm not gonna lie. Is this actually the layer? Yes, it is. Maybe if I give this a little more opacity. Is more or less okay, because my idea, my intention here is to, have this seem like it actually has some sort of texture, because snow. Maybe if I use one of these effects that I never have figured out the name. Darken, multiply. Multiply actually looks neat. Color burn. It kind of looks like glass. Hey, Assassin Go Easy! Hi there! Welcome back to the stream. Happy Sunday. How are you? Nice seeing you back. Lighting also kind of looks like glass. Like this is a thing made out of glass. Although, it looks nice. The thing with this effect is that as it is right now, it kind of looks like it's, flat is not the word that I am looking for, but it's too well defined. Let me continue here and see if there's anything else that makes this look a little better as a mark on the snow. I am doing quite alright myself, although a bit tired because I was cleaning the front yard. I still haven't finished, but I am okay. Difference doesn't look good. Now ideally, maybe what I should have done instead is actually drawn the paw prints like I have done with another picture I have made years ago. But that is going to be way too much work. Great, just lost connection. Fun. Luminosity. Is it luminosity? No, it was not luminosity. Color burn. Hey, it seems like we are back. These problems with my internet just dying at random multiple times a day and staying down for a minute or two and then coming back. This is a problem that should have been fixed I actually have called my ISP and they actually sent a technician. When was it? I think it was on Friday. And according to the guy, there is no problem. Everything is working perfectly fine. The signal is okay, the cables are fine, the modem is fine. But here we are. This is the second time, actually the third time, that the internet connection drops at random like this again after the technician came by. And it is the third time it happens, and the second time it happens while I am live streaming. And you know what, Monday, actually no, not on Monday, later today I am going to call the ISP again, and this time I'm going to demand they replace the modem, because there's no way it cannot be a problem with the modem. Actually, the technician said, well, I was going to say suggested, but yeah, he actually downright just stated that it is very likely that my router is causing the problem. To which I say, nah, that is nonsense. For one, if it were the router causing any problems, it would drop. It would only knock down the Wi-Fi connection, okay, and it would be far more constant than what is happening here. And why do I say the Wi-Fi? Because one, my computer, and for that matter all computers in this house, they are connected via cable, Ethernet cables. So if the Wi-Fi drops, they will not be affected, because in theory the cable should keep working. Second, the frequency on the router is at a different range than the modem, so there's no way they could conflict with each other in terms of frequency. And another thing is, let me just think of the size of this brush first. 30 maybe. Yeah. And the other thing is, the modem and the router, they are not even in the same IP range, so they cannot be IP conflicting with each other either. Like really, our router has an IP 10.0.0.1, while the modem is on the range 192.186.0.1. So it's impossible for them to conflict with each other. Plus, I have already tested. I have left only the modem connected and even turned it off the router, and the problem would still happened. So really, it's not the router. He said that just to, shove away any sort of blame the ISP might possibly have. Hey Zinex, happy Sunday, nice seeing you back. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. How are you? Size 5 on this brush here is way too big. Actually, this brush itself is not suited for what I am trying to achieve here. When I haven't tried to find something else more appropriate. But what I am trying to do here right now is I am trying to chip away a few bits of the edges on this paw print here. And this is just a test, by the way. This is not one of the paw prints that I have drawn up there. These ones here. It's just a test to see if I can apply the same effect to those over there. And what I am trying to accomplish here right now is I am trying to chip away at the edges, so this will look like an actual print on the snow. I'm trying to make this look natural, because as it is right now with those hard lines, it looks like something just painted on the snow or something. Not even painted, because even if it were painted, it would have imperfections on the edges. And this here actually might work, apart from that part that I just took a bite out of that thing over there. Yeah, I think this brush might do. I will have to, however, do a little bit of manual selection with the lasso tool. Okay, let's bring back Mr. Eraser and let's test this bit here. This is going to take a while to do on all of those paw prints. Paw prints, the footprints, and the hoof prints. There are so many of them. But hey, if this test here turns out okay, then I am going to apply the same thing, the same technique to the others. Oops, that selection is bad. There we go. Because what I want is to make this to look not necessarily perfect, but it does need to look natural. That is what I am going for. Natural. Yes. Although this brush is working for this purpose, it is not exactly ideal either. Like, yeah, you can see a few hard points around here. I don't really want that sort of thing. Let me try a different brush. If I can't find anything more suitable, then I'm gonna go with that one. But, oh, the heck is this brush? Let me try this one. Size 20 maybe? This brush might work, but maybe I should go like this. I mean, it does kind of give me a better effect, but still not quite there. Still not quite there. Oops. There we go. Let me try another one. These are just dots. I wonder if this is going to be any better. Maybe? Or maybe I should use a larger size. Let me try size 30. No. This is not going to work. This brush is too hard. I think I have tried this one already. Oh, this one's just a signature. Interesting. What is this? Oh, that's a neat effect. Not useful for what I am trying to accomplish here, but it's definitely neat. It could be useful for something in the future. I'm just not sure what. I have tried this one already. This one kind of looks like smoke. I wonder. But yeah, going back to the ISP subject, I'm going to give them a very angry call later today, because this is very frustrating, this issue I've been having, and this has been going for weeks, several weeks, maybe even a month by now. Oh, this is neat. Still not what I am trying to accomplish here, but this brush is quite neat. Oh, maybe this. This seems a little bit promising. Oh yeah. Hey, I think this is the one. I think I found the brush I want. That looks okay, doesn't it? I think it does. Yeah, what is this brush? Yeah, great, I lost a brush. Now I don't know what brush this is. It doesn't show the selection, dang it. Okay, no problem. Well, there's still no texture inside here though. I want some texture inside the mark. Not that texture. That texture looks awful. Or maybe just, I don't know, invert? Now this looks like it's popping out. I do not want this to look like it's popping out. Let's invert the position of the light. I think that looks a little better. Not quite. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Oh wait, this is a little better. Let's reduce this. It still looks like it's popping out. I don't like that. Maybe if I reduce the opacity on the white. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. Angle -69. Nice. Maybe change the opacity on the black as well. Actually, instead of change the opacity on the black, let's change the black. Let's give it a shade of blue. No. Let's not change the color, the actual color. Shadow mode, multiply. Do I want to change this? Maybe. Let's try different effects. So that's what this thing over here is called. That's a shadow mode. Oh, lighting actually looks neat. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is what I want. Let me change this back to a positive angle. And let's increase the size. No, not the size. The soften. Let's change the soften. Let's keep this at 5. Change the soften to, let's keep it a 4. But the opacity, let's increase or rather decrease, or I don't know. Let's change this to 100. Let me undo to compare. It doesn't undo for some reason. Okay. Why? Is it because I have chosen the shadow mode over here to darker color? Yeah, I still see no difference on normal. Although that kind of looks like a paw print, right? You know what, maybe this is going to look more convincing if I apply the rest of the effect to the other parts of this thing. So let me do just that, because then it should help me have a better idea of how this is turning out. Because if it turns out good, then I am going to apply to the other ones. Now of course I could just be doing this on one of the actual prints on the snow, but I don't really want to be spending much time on those with an effect that in the end I'm going to look at it and say, this is bad, I don't want to use this, I'm going to do this again. So it's better to just do a test one, and then if this one works, go ahead and apply the same thing to the other ones. Because actually, if this one here works out nicely, I can just copy the layer style and paste on the other paw prints on the snow, and then just go around with this eraser and this brush on the eraser and do this thing here where I am chipping off the edges to make this look a little more natural, you know. Hey Drexy, welcome back to the stream. Nice seeing you again. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks more natural. I'm still not very happy with the, you know, you see the, what should I call this? The depth effects over here. Maybe if I apply more opacity. Okay, now that looks a little better. That definitely looks a little better. Still not quite good, not quite as good as I am hoping to make this. Well, hold on. Maybe if I change the shadow mode over here instead. Now that doesn't look very good. Let's keep changing. Again, this must look as natural as I can possibly make this. Pin light. Not bad. Or actually, maybe pin light might be what I am looking for. I'm going to change the opacity back. Yeah. I think I am getting somewhere. Let me go back here and change the inner shadow. Distance 6, 14, no. Let's keep it at 6. Size 21, 27. Maybe changing the size is what I want. Or, I don't know. Maybe, yes. I don't know, I'm just rambling. Thinking out loud. 20, yes, let's try that. Blend mode. Let's change this and see if I can get an even better effect out of this. Oh, that looks weird. Overlay, soft light, vivid light, hard mix, difference? No, not really. Exclusion, divide, hue, saturation, color, luminosity. No, luminosity, no. Let's go to normal. Normal looks very normal. Not bad though, not bad. Darken, multiply. Man, let's keep it at multiply. I don't really see much difference. What if I change the color? Because this is a shade of gray. If I change this to black. Now let's keep this. Let's keep this shade of gray. And let's go back to the texture. Let me see if doing a few more changes here might help. Scale. Now let's keep the scale at 100, like it is. The depth, I don't see much of a difference on the depth. Hold on, let me try some extreme over here. I really see no difference on the depth. Bubbles, no. I still see no difference. Okay, let's keep this as it is, with a positive value of 100. And yeah, let's keep this opacity at 0. Highlight mode on the shadow. It's currently set to lighten. Let me try something different on this one. Although, haven't I already tried this? I kind of feel like I have. Lighter color. Lighter color actually looks neat. Linear dodge. I think I might use the lighter color. If I use multiply, I get more texture inside, but the darkness is on the wrong side, you know, the shadow. Okay, let's try this. Multiply. And here's what I'm going to do. Let's change the white one to multiply. Let's make it black. Its opacity, let's change it 100%, and the black one change to 0. The soften, let's increase the soften a bit. Actually no, let's keep the soften to 5 so I can still see the texture inside. The size on the other hand, okay, change the size actually makes it worse. This doesn't look very bad actually. Hey Cookie! Happy Sunday! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? Technique smooth. What if I change this? Let's see what happens. It doesn't make much of a difference. What about this thing here? Inner bevel? Outer bevel. Oh. Emboss. Fill emboss. Stroke emboss. Stroke emboss actually looks nice. Let's compare the stroke emboss with the inner bevel. This is the inner bevel. This is the stroke emboss. Yeah, I think stroke emboss is the one I want. Let's see. Okay, that looks like a paw print on the snow, right? I am also tired actually, Cookie. I was cleaning the front yard, removing the wild weeds that were growing there, and I still have to finish that. I could not finish. Yeah, I think this here works. Let me do a thing here now. Well, first let me save. I am going to apply some opacity to these characters here so I can see their paw prints on the snow. Let's change here Braveheart to 20%, Silver Trot also to 20%, and Pokeyoshi to 20%. Okay, now I can see all of their marks on the snow. You know what? Maybe what I should do first with these things here is maybe I should first work on their angles for perspective and such, and then apply the depth effects. Or what I should do first instead is apply, you know, chip away the edges and then change their angles. Okay, let's begin by saving a backup file. Let's save this as another file. And actually I can change the name from coloring to the actual alphas and betas. Hey, you want to have 2 more days of school? That is awesome. I don't go to school anymore, but I remember that feeling. It's really great, especially when you actually get to pass to the next year. You know, you get approved. These files here actually should not be called coloring anymore, but whatever. Let's call this Alpha 0. Saving is going to take a little while, and while it saves, I'm going to drink water. Oh, I just finished saving, just because I said I was going to drink water. Who cares? I'm going to drink water anyway. You gotta stay hydrated. Hang on a sec. Okay, let's go here. I have just hid all the hoof prints and paw prints from the pony and the dragon, and I am going to begin here with the Yoshi's footprints on the snow. First, I am going to hide every single one of these layers except for one, which is the first one that I am going to work on. And then once I am done with this one, I am going to make the other ones visible, and I'm going to proceed with them. So let's get started first with the lasso tool, because since this footprint has a division in the middle, I do not want the effect to be applied on both sides at the same time, because that would not look very good. So let's begin with this one here. Now let's chip away these edges gently, so it looks like this is something that is buried in the snow. Mike, are you going to the TMP Christmas convoy? Yes, are you streaming then? I'm not sure if I will be attending the Christmas convoy on TMP. I want to, but I'm not sure if I will be able to. And the reason for that is because of how things are going on here at home as of late. So yeah, and also I haven't really been feeling like it. But if I do attend, I will probably not stream it. Probably not. But I don't know, I have not really decided. Okay, let me now invert the selection. And let's do this other bit over here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Let me make the other ones visible, just so I can have a point of reference. How on earth am I going to angle these things and work with their perspective? I haven't really thought about that. Oh. You're scared to drive with keyboard with admins around. I mean, if you actually know what you are doing with the keyboard, there's absolutely no problem. I drive with the keyboard. Okay, let me see if I can do this. You know, when I had the idea to make all of these footprints individually, in my head it would be very easy to to make their, you know, to give them an angle, perspective and such. And I haven't really thought that, well, I would have to be doing this with all of them. Oh my goodness, this is going to be such hard work. Such hard work. That doesn't look very good. Let me undo. And I just had another idea. I am going to merge together all of these footprint layers, and then I am going to try and change their angle all together at the same time. Let's see what is going to happen. What am I saying? Let's see what is going to happen. And if this works, then I'm going to carry on like this with the other ones. If not, then I'm going to have to figure something else out. Scale. These still need to stay more or less. Oh, why is the mouse going over there? This must still stay. These footprints must still stay more or less in the position they are currently at. So, it's going to be difficult. Okay, the distort is not what I want. Let's try perspective again. Scale. Let's bring this down. Okay, that doesn't look so bad. Where's the test paw prints that I was working with? Here it is. Let me copy the layer style and paste over this here. Paste layer style. There we go. That looks very, very black. Oh, that's because I have also changed the color on this here. If I'm not mistaken, I have used this shade of whatever this color is. Okay, let me try that. Let me lock this layer. Let me grab a hard round brush of a somewhat large size. Yeah, this should work. Ah, yes, yeah, there we go. See the difference? That is what I was aiming for. Yeah, this might work after all. Although, yeah, I think this is going to work. Let's not change the color of these just yet though, because I gotta see them to apply the rest of the erasing effect. So let's unlock the layer. And oh my dear lord, I'm gonna have to do this with all of these. Yeah, that is going to take so much time. That's okay, I can do it. I can, and I will. Let's do the selection. Bring back Mr. Eraser. And let's chip away. Chip away. Now the approach I am using here is going in and out of the prints on the snow, but I have not really tried what this is going to look like if I just stroke the brush across. Maybe I should try that to see what it looks like, and if that works out better than this, you know, this in and out that I am doing here, then I shall use that because it would be faster, definitely faster. Let me try with this one. It works, but the chunk of the print that I gotta take away is much larger. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. So yeah, it works, but it's not very efficient. Well, it is efficient, just doesn't give out the effect doesn't come out as nicely as I hope it does. So yeah, I'm gonna have to stick with this technique over here. Ah, it makes you happy that you can hear my voice again? That is awesome. Thank you. That makes me happy. I definitely need to improve on some of my skills because what I am doing here right now, this works, but it's so inefficient. Not in the sense that it doesn't work, that it doesn't give me the effect that I want. It's just that I'm pretty sure there's a better way to do this effect, one that is much faster and doesn't spend as much time as this. Oh, I thank you, but I'm not really a pro. I'm far from being a pro. I wish I was a pro. Hopefully someday I will be. But for the time being, I am just an amateur, a hobbyist. Actually, despite the fact that I love being a computer technician for a living, I wish I could just draw for a living and actually make money out of it. Because this is something very relaxing that I really like to do. And actually, if I could sell just a few commissions every month, I actually could make a living out of it. I'm not saying that I could make, big money, but I could make a living thanks to the current exchange rates between the American dollar and the Brazilian real. But yeah, unfortunately nobody's buying my commissions. Sad face. But yeah, this here is definitely something that I absolutely would adore doing for a living. Let's see what these 3 footprints look like. Yeah, I think they are looking alright. Let's carry on with the other ones. Now, thankfully, the Yoshi's footprints over here, these are only just a few. There are not many of them. And same thing for the hoofprints made by the pony over here, which we can see them right now because I made them invisible. The ones that I am most concerned about with applying effects to are the dragon's paw prints on the snow, because they are big and they are everywhere. Well, actually there aren't that many of them. What am I worried about? There actually aren't that many of them. Okay, maybe I am concerned with something that I should not really be concerned about. Let's just carry on with this thing here. Now, I could actually make a brush that looks like footprints and paw prints and hoof prints, and that I can actually use to draw these things more easily on the snow. However, though I do know how to make a brush out of an image, I am not sure if I know how to make the brush actually work in the, to apply the marks in the direction that I need them to be. Let's do this bit here. Now, because these footprints, they are much smaller than the dragon's paw prints, I am likely going to have to to apply a few changes to the layer style effect that I have applied here. Because what I did with that one is I have simply copied what I have done with the test paw print that I have drawn over there, and the thing that I was working on earlier. And because the paw print is much larger than these things here, the effect that I have applied there works for the paw print, but it doesn't look as nice on the footprints, and by extension the hoof prints of the pony that I'm going to be working on after I am done with these here. So I'm probably going to have to make a few changes to make the shading and texture inside the print look more natural. Okay, Cookie, you have a good one. Sleep well. Have a good night and have a great week. Thank you for coming. But yeah, the effect is right. It's just that because these are smaller than the paw prints, the effect was, let's quote and unquote, designed for. The effect looks a bit larger on these than it actually should be, you know. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make a few changes and adjustments. Gotta unselect this first. Let's run this lasso tool through here, circle around, bring back Mr. Eraser, and let's do some erasing. There we go. I think it's going to look nice. At least I hope so. That is the idea after all, that is the intent. And I really can't wait to finish this thing. And I am hoping I can finish this picture for Christmas, because I have started this thing 4 years ago. And every single year I tell myself, this year I'm going to finish this thing in time for Christmas. But I never do. And we are getting close to Christmas now. Today is the 13th of December after all. And Christmas is already on the next, well, not the next Friday, but the one after. So like, if I still only work on this thing on a Sunday on a stream, which ideally is not what I wish to do, then I technically only have one more Sunday to do this, to get this thing done. No, besides today. There's today plus one more Sunday. Here's the calendar. So yeah, today and the 20th. Because then Christmas Day is going to be on Friday. And I want this thing done by then. Not that I necessarily have to have this done by then. When I finish this doesn't actually matter, but since this is a Christmas thing, it would be nice if I can finish this in time for Christmas. After all, it would be weird to release this thing like, I don't know, Easter. Have a Christmas picture on Easter. Or who knows, maybe if I only finish this by the next Halloween and release then, that would look odd. Here we go. Now, as you can see, this footprint is behind an arm. So technically, I don't have to make any changes to this one here. But I'm doing anyway because I know this one is here, and if I don't apply the effect to this one, that is going to drive me nuts. Now imagine if I had an OCD. It would be even worse. Thank God I do not have one. I think. Let's select this one here. Oh, you know what? Actually, I was right in worrying about doing this to the dragon's paw prints. Because unlike these footprints, which only have 2 elements, and the pony's hoof prints, which only has 1 element on each, the dragon's paw prints, they have 4 separate elements that I have to individually select to then apply this effect here with the eraser. And while the Yoshi only has two sets, not two sets, only one set of footprints. Let's just say one set of prints, because you know he's a bipedal creature and he walks on two legs, so 2 feet, one set of prints. The pony has 4 legs, so 2 sets of 2 prints each, but the pony has only one element on each one, so it's only one selection and that's it. The dragon, on the other hand, the dragon has also 4 legs, so therefore 2 sets of 2 prints each, and each one of those prints has 4 separate elements each one, so that is a lot of things that I will have to select and apply this effect to, and I gotta do it on every single one of them. Ooh, that is going to take forever, but I will do it, because that is how art is done. It requires patience, it requires attention, it requires care and love. And I do not like to make things half-baked. Like I always say, I may not be a perfect artist, but if I can do something perfectly as I can, then I shall make that thing as perfectly as I can. Wait, that phrase came out wrong. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but you know what I mean. I may not be perfect, but I want to make things as perfect as I can make them. After these footprints, I should probably work on the dragon's paw prints, because they are going to be the ones that will take the longest to make. And after I am done with them, do the pony's hoof prints. Should be a breeze, so it should feel like a like a relief, you know. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Do the more difficult one first and leave the easier part for later. Now it looks like I only have 3 more footprints to do here, so that is good. Now another thing that I'm gonna have to be careful with when working on the dragon's paw prints is how exactly am I going to work on their... Well, I'll have to hide this tree here. How exactly am I going to work on their angle, because there are so many of them, and I actually have separated them. I have the back legs sets and the front leg sets, each on a separate group. So I have a group for the front legs, front leg paw prints, and the back leg paw prints. And some of them intersect with the other. So if I just merge all of those layers together, I don't know, that's not really gonna work out, I am imagining. Okay, here's an interesting thing about how my mind works when I am doing art. I try to think ahead. Before I do something, you know, apply some effect or actually draw a thing, I try to envision that thing in my head. I think, I try to imagine what this might look like once it's finished. And of course I take into consideration my skills, the style I draw, which style I draw. Wait, sorry, my brain just had a Just had a fart. Let me start that sentence over. I try to consider my style. So yeah, I try to consider everything, and usually most of the time when I get something finished, it actually turns out to be at least as close to what I had imagined as I can make it. So yeah, before I do anything, I try to think what it will look like. And right now I am trying to imagine what's the paw prints from the dragon are going to look like once I have applied this sort of effect to them, as well as change their angle so they actually have a perspective. And along with that, I am also trying to imagine how I am going to accomplish that. And in all of the ways that I am imagining, I am finding it difficult to figure out how to make it work in a, let's say, easy manner. Because of course I can still make them individually, you know, change their perspective individually. But it's just that is going to take so much time, and because they are separated from each other, it might be a little bit difficult to have them match the angle of another one. Not that necessarily that they have to match the angle of each other, but they still must look like they are, you know, I gotta respect the perspective. And to achieve that more easily, the ideal thing would be to merge their layers together, but because they are separated individually, that is going to be difficult. Well, not really difficult, but I'm thinking that is going to be laborious. Yeah, laborious, that's the word I am looking for. Now this footprint here, this one is also very hidden behind two characters actually. So I don't really have to be doing this, but I want to do it anyway. There we go, now only one more to go. Easy. And once this one here is done, then all I gotta do is apply the color, this color over here, and then do a couple changes, adjustments to the shading and texture effect on the layer style. Just so it will look more natural. Now you might be noticing that sometimes after I am done using the eraser on one of these elements of the footprints, and I start working on the other one without changing the selection, I might be wondering, how is he doing that? And the answer is simple, I am just inverting the selection. That way I don't have to redo the selection, and what I do outside of the selection does not affect what is inside, and vice versa. There we go. Okay, so these are done. Let's go back to the brush, lock this layer, apply the color, and let's make the Yoshi completely visible. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Go back here, layer 64. And this is what I have to change, I think. The size of the inner shadow, let's reduce it from 20 to 6. 6 seems to be a good size. Right? Maybe a little more distance. or a little less distance actually. Yeah, I think that works better. After all, unlike the dragon, the Yoshi is light. He's a light boy because he's so much smaller, so his footprints, they must not look as deep in the snow as the dragon's paw prints. So yeah, I think this here works. And there we go. That is nice. Let's name this layer Footprints. And later on I'm gonna have to move these outside of the background layer and into the character layers, I think. I don't know, I'm going to figure that out later. Right now what I want are the dragon's paw prints. Here they are. And here's what I was talking about. Well, first let me make the Yoshi semi-invisible again. 20% opacity, yeah. Here's what I was talking about. The dragon's paw prints intersecting with one another. You see these over here, these two right here? They are on top of each other, but each one of those belong in a separate group, as you can see. If I hide this group, that one becomes alone, and if I bring forth this one, yeah, there we go, see? Angle these things to make them look correct perspective wise. This is going to be a bit of a chore. Or maybe not. What if I select both of these groups, press Ctrl T like this, and try to change their perspective together. Okay. Let's change the scaling. Let's try distort. Move these further in this direction. Maybe these ones as well. Wait. Warp. I can't warp. No. That's a disaster. Well, this angle does not even look good in the first place. Okay, let's cancel this. Let me apply the eraser thing first. And then I am going to... This one? Yeah, that one. Let me start with that one. And then I'll see what I can do with the rest. Okay, let's do this. See what I was talking about? 4 elements. I gotta select each one of these. Gotta select this one first, do that one, then this one, then this one, and then this one. So let's begin with the first one. Here's one. Now it is no problem that the whole thing is completely black because I am going to apply the layer style once I merge all of these layers together. And that is going to be well, not problematic, but it might be a bit laborious. There we go. Number 2 is almost done. Okay. Let's do now number 3. You know what? For the Dragon's Paw Prints, I probably should have done this first with 1 and then copied and pasted it around. Oh boy. Well, now it is too late to do that. Well, not really, but you know, if I do that now, I will be redoing a work that I have already spent a lot of time doing last time. Yeah, that one looks more or less. Now, oops. Unlike the Yoshi's footprints, the Dragon's Paw Prints here, I cannot simply invert the selection to move on to another element. I have to actually select each one of them because they are too close together. So just invert the selection to work on another element without reselecting it manually. That would not work out because then the eraser would chip off another piece of another element, and that wouldn't work out, unfortunately. Okay, moving on to the next paw print. I believe it should be this layer. Yep, it is. Let's begin with this piece down here first, and then I will move on to the smaller ones. No, seriously, if I had done this first and then copied and pasted these around in the position that they need to be, that would have been a lot easier. I wish I had thought of that before. There we go. Element 1 is done. Let's move on to the second one, which is going to be this one. No pixels were selected. What the heck are you talking about, Photoshop? I have just gone around here. There we go. I had just circled this thing with the lasso. You have been summoned by Kick Club. What? Oh, Markiplier's live. Nice. I like the guy. He's fun. His voice is awesome. His voice is amazing. I want to be like Mark when I grow up. Alright, let's move on to element number 3 over here. Gotta apply the eraser with this brush just right so it looks natural. Now, just in case you have forgotten what I am doing here, I am chipping off the edges of the paw prints so they look like they are actually in the snow. You know, like the actual creature have stepped here and left a mark, and not just something flat that was simply placed on top of the snow. There we go. Let's move on to the next, which should be this layer here, layer 17. Correct. Let's begin with this one here. How many paw prints are there? Because I have to select every single one of these 4 elements on every single one of these paw prints and apply this eraser very carefully on every single one of them. You know what? I'm gonna do some quick math, as they say. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 paw prints on the dragon. Okay? The dragon has... I just beat my tongue. The dragon has 19 paw prints, and each one of them has 4 elements, so that would be 19 times 4. How much is that? How many selections is that? 19 times 4. I suck at math. 19 times 4. That is 76 selections that I gotta do. Oh no. I can do it. Soldier on, Mike. You can make it. Let's select this thing here. It's not my issue, quote unquote. It's not that it is so many things to do. It's just how long it takes to do them. That is what bothers me. And it's not like I don't have the patience to do this. I do. Like I say many times, do art is something that I love. It is very relaxing. I love doing this. I can easily sit here for 6, 7 hours straight before I actually feel tired. Most of the time anyway, not always, but you know what I mean. But it's just how much I am currently able to accomplish in all those hours that I sit here doing stuff. I am unfortunately way too slow. I can make art nicely, not perfectly. There are so many artists out there who do stuff much better than me. But it's not like that I am diminishing myself. The point I am trying to get across is that I take way too long to do simple things, even the simplest things. Simplest, yes, I think that's right. Even the simple, oh my god, even the most simple of things, I take a long time to do them. And why isn't the effect being applied? What is happening? No, it just did. I'm gonna have to do this bit again. Even the most simple of things, I take a long time to make them. Like a simple sketch of a simple character, I can easily take at least 4 hours to complete it. And most of the time, I cannot even finish in 4 hours. So yeah, that's what bothers me. That how long I take to get things done. Because while it might take 4 hours to draw a simple sketch of a character, many other artists will be able to do a whole picture on Photoshop a fully professional thing, a fully professional looking thing, in like, I don't know, 2 hours, while I take 4 to do just one simple sketch. So yeah, that's what bothers me. Hey Andreas, nice seeing you here. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. I think I selected the wrong layer. Which one is this? Layer 14, this is the one. So yeah, how much time I take to do things versus what I can accomplish in that amount of time, that is what bothers me. Like, how much I have done with this picture so far. If I were to... Andreas! Hey! Donation! Hey, thank you so much for the donation, Andreas. That is extremely well appreciated. I think I have just lost the brush I was using. Wait, this is not the brush I was using. Wait, oh no. I need that brush. Help! Maybe it was this one? No. No. Maybe it was this one, but at a smaller size. Why is it a size 50? I haven't changed the size of the brush. What the heck? This is not the brush I was using. Oh no, Andreas, you made me lose a brush. I'm just kidding. But seriously, thank you. Every little bit is very helpful. And that money is going straight to my new PC budget, because I seriously need to upgrade this computer over here. Now I gotta find the brush I was using. I think it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. I think. Yeah, like seriously, no joke. Look at these specs. Core i5 760. That's a Generation 1 Core i5. All the way from 2009. Although I bought this one in 2010, but still. It is old! Let's move on to this other element over here. Let's carry on. Hopefully so, yes indeed, Andreas. Like, if I were living in the United States, this computer versus budget would not be that much of an issue, because things are so much cheaper over there, but over here, they are very, very expensive. Hey Katita, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday, and thank you for the bits. Well, yeah, Andreas, just so you have an idea how expensive it is, here, let me show you how much a AMD Ryzen 5 3600, which is what I am going for when I upgrade, costs. Ryzen 5 3600. Here, the 3600, 1,599.90 Brazilian reais, and that in dollars, American dollars. Let's see how much that is. Real to dollar. That is about $315.74, which still in dollars isn't really that much, but for you to have an idea how expensive this actually is, you gotta think of it as not as 1,599.90 Brazilian reais, but as 1,599.90 US dollars. And that is about how expensive it actually is, at least for the reality in which I live in. But whatever, I'm gonna get there someday, hopefully soon. And again, thank you. Every bit helps. Now let me continue with this paw print. There are so many. Why have I done all of these paw prints in this manner? Really, I should have just manually drawn them, like I have done with another picture I have made a few years ago. I probably would have spent less time making them than I am spending right now. Well, hey, that's what I get for trying something new. Well, to be honest, it's not even necessary that I wanted to try something new with these. It's just that I didn't remember how I have drawn those paw prints on this other picture that I am talking about a few years ago. And just so you have a context of what the heck I am rambling about, as soon as I am done doing this element over here of this paw print, I'm going to show you the picture that I am talking about. Here, let's go files, my documents, Michael to DeviantArt, work in progress, OC Photoshop, and that one's called a Fine Catch right here. Yeah, very pricey over here. The motherboard alone costs over 1,400. So really, to buy just the motherboard plus a compatible processor plus a compatible RAM, because I'll have to replace the RAM as well, because I'm currently on DDR3 and modern stuff uses DDR4. Just for those three components, I'm gonna spend over 4,000. Anyway, here's the paw prints that I was talking about, and I don't remember having so much trouble drawing those, and they look fine here. Though to be fair, this is a much lower resolution picture, and I was drawing these on dirt, while on this one I'm drawing them on snow, and the resolution is far larger. Katia just said, "Oh no, poor creature," referring to the deer. Well, Katita, you gotta bear in mind that dragons are carnivores, and therefore they eat meat. And where else are they going to find meat in the wild? They gotta hunt to survive. It's only natural. But actually, speaking of that picture, I have been for a while. Which layer is this paw print here? I have been for a while. Here it is. Kind of wishing to draw another picture of my dragon or any dragon hunting. And it's not like I have a morbid interest in stuff. It's just that it's a fun thing to draw occasionally, because like I said, dragons are usually carnivores, and I don't know, just part of their lives, I guess. No different from a lion in that respect. And sometimes it's kind of fun to draw something more, I'm not gonna say violent, but something a little more shocking is not the word that I'm looking for either. $307. Yeah, that's an even better price than converted from Brazilian reais to dollar. And that price you saw there, that is not even including the shipping. Which, to be fair, the shipping itself is not that costly. It's only like, depending on the part, you know, because of its size and weight, it's like 20 plus, 30 plus bucks. Not that much. But yeah, still every bit counts. Has already discontinued the X version. Really? Yeah, I have been recommended to go for the newest launch, which I don't remember what processor it is. I think it's the Ryzen 5 something X. Yeah, that's the one, the 5600X. And that is a good recommendation, honestly. And if I'm not mistaken, the motherboard that I have chosen to buy, it is going to support that processor. It might need a BIOS update, but it should support it. The problem is that that model costs a lot more money over here, and my budget is already way too limited as it is. Now, one thing I thought about doing is taking a bit of the budget I have for restoring my car, but according to the calculation that I have made, that's still not going to be even nearly enough to get all the parts that I need to upgrade this computer. And besides, if I do that, I am going to compromise the already limited budget that I have for restoring that car. And I really want to get that car up and running again. I mean, it is already up and running. It's just in a rather unfinished state. It still needs some work on the body. It needs a new coat of paint. The interior needs to be restored as well. The seats are going to need new stuffing. Stuffing, is that the word? Well, you know what I mean. And the doors need fixing as well. They are not properly aligned, and therefore they are not closing correctly. So yeah, there's still a bunch of stuff that I gotta do on that car. Ah, here it is. This is the layer that I was looking for. Yep, the car. So currently I have these two budgets. The budget for the car, I am trying to afford it with money from a job, which currently is currently in danger for reasons, mostly because of the economic crisis that we are currently soaked into. And the computer budget, the budget that I am trying to raise up to upgrade this machine here, that one so far is coming only from my live streams. So yeah, I'm trying to manage the budgets as well as I can. Now, if I'm honest, I'd rather just build a whole new computer and just get this one as it is, put it away in a box and safely store it on a corner over there, alongside with the first computer that my dad bought our family back in 2001, which I actually still have, as I have just implied, and it actually still works. But yeah, I wish I could just... I made a mistake over there. I'm gonna have to redo this. I wish I could just build a whole new computer so I can store this away and keep it as a sort of, time capsule. So in a few years from now, like I don't know, 5 to 10 years, I could just take it out and turn it on just for fun and soak myself in nostalgia. Boot it up and see what it has in the current state that it is now today. Look at stuff and say, oh hey, I remember when I used this program here. Oh, so that's how things were back then. Oh, here's that file and such. That's a fun thing. That is something that I actually sometimes do with this first computer that my dad bought us back in 2001. I haven't turned it on in a couple years, but every now and then I take it out of the box, I turn it on, and I don't know, I just have fun with it. It's a nice experience. That computer, for you to have an idea of how old the computer is, When my dad bought it back in 2001, was it 2001 or 2000? No, actually it was 2000. 2001 was when he bought us our Super Nintendo. Yeah, that computer he bought in 2000. Its original specs were it had a Intel Celeron 566 megahertz. Yes, 566 megahertz. It had 32 megabytes of SD RAM. That is even older than DDR1 for that matter, and a 6.5 gigabytes hard drive. It also had, I think it was 52x speed CD-ROM drive. It could only read CDs, it could not even burn them. And what else did it have? Integrated graphics on the motherboard, which sucked by the way, because the maximum amount of video memory that the motherboard could allocate for the operating system to use with graphics and games and such was 8 megabytes. I almost say gigabytes. And that machine could hardly handle Need for Speed 3 Hot Pursuit. Still, I played the heck out of that game back in the day. It was very fun. The graphics definitely sucked because it could not render stuff in glide mode. It could only do software rendering at a low resolution as well. But still, I had so much fun with that computer back in the day. And that is why, one of the reasons why I decided to keep it. As it was, well, mostly as it was, because during its life, it went through a few upgrades. Oh, also, when my dad bought it in 2000, it came with Windows Millennium Edition installed, which actually is not that bad of an operating system, if I'm honest. Yes, it does get a lot of backlash, and yes, it does have its flaws, but if you have a fresh install of Millennium, it is actually just as good, if not better, than Windows 98 SE. And if you fully update it, it runs even better. And the one we had, of course, it was a fresh install because it came with it pre-installed from the factory. And we had a good experience with that operating system on that computer at the time. Which is not to say we did not try different versions of Windows. From Millennium, on the early years we had that computer, we had, for some reason, we downgraded to Windows 95. I think it was not really a decision of ourselves, but the computer store where we took the computer to for some reason. They installed 95, then yeah, it was, and Windows Me also introduced many new features that we still have on Windows today. And I'm not gonna talk about necessarily the stability of the operating system, but in terms of its features, aside from the lack of real DOS mode, which 98 had, it was actually much better than 98 because one, it introduced Movie Maker, Windows Movie Maker, and granted, the first version of Movie Maker sucked. It was way too simple, but hey, it was something. You could edit videos on your computer at your home. That was something completely new and mostly unheard of. I say mostly because you could already do that, sort of, but you had to buy a specific software for it. And Windows Movie Maker, it was just there for free. You could just use it. And it also introduced the Media Player 7, which was pretty much a revolution in terms of functionalities and customization and such. And it was a very fun version. I like Media Player 7. Not as much as I like Media Player 10 and 11, but still. And plus a lot of other things, and support for USB devices like a flash drive, or as we call here in Brazil, a pen drive, for example. 98 also had support for that. You could use a USB stick on Windows 98, but you had to manually install a driver for that specific thing. So if you have a USB stick and you plug it in on Windows 98 without installing the proper driver for it, it's just not going to work. On Windows Millennium, however, it offers actual proper native support for USB sticks. You can do a fresh install of Millennium, plug it in a USB drive, and it's just gonna recognize the thing right away. Just like Windows 7 XP, Vista, and Windows 10 do, for example. And started there on Windows Millennium. You don't have to install any other drivers. It just does it. And I love that. Not that I ever used that functionality back in the day, but still, it's there. Actually, my first thumb drive that I ever bought, that I ever had, and I still have it, and it still works. It was a 1 gigabyte Corsair that I bought on a sale. When did I buy that thing? I think it was around 2007, 2008. It cost me $80 to buy that thing, on sale, mind you. And I saved money for weeks to buy that thing. And then I bought it, and 1 week later the same exact model was on sale again for half the price. And I was like, what the heck? Fun times. But yeah, I have good memories with Windows Millennium. I like that operating system. Actually, I have a Pentium 4 that I put together to run some old games a few years ago. I actually have no idea where I got the processor from. I probably got it from some client that upgraded their computer and discarded the old machine. So maybe that's where I got the processor and the other parts from. So I don't know. I had the parts, so they worked. So I put the computer together. Anyway, I have a Pentium 4 over there. It's disconnected, unplugged, but it's there and it works. Sometimes I turn it on. And I installed 3 operating systems on that computer. I got 3 spare. I had 3 spare hard drives. I think each one of them has 80 gigabytes of capacity. All 3 of them are IDE, by the way. So I put that computer together to run all the games, and on each hard drive I installed a different operating system. On one hard drive I have installed Windows XP. On another one, which I have as the master drive, I have installed Windows 2000, which is another operating system that I really love. Although it might not have as many multimedia features as Windows Me, because, well, 2000 was never intended for home use in the first place. So it makes sense that it doesn't have as many multimedia features as Millennium and XP for that matter. But yeah, I have 2000 in there, and I also have Windows Millennium Edition in that computer, because as it turns out, despite the motherboard being one of the later models of the 775 socket, according to the Gigabyte website, that motherboard supports Windows Millennium. It has drivers for the thing. So I told myself, heck, I'm gonna install Windows Me on this thing. So I did. The only problem is that because I gave that computer 1 gigabyte of RAM, Windows Me, like all 9X based Windows versions, Windows Me is a bit finicky with more than 512 megabytes of RAM, so it's not as stable as I remember it being back in the day when I used it on our old Celeron. But it works, so long as I don't try pushing it too hard. And instead of commanding it to shut down, I have to command it to reboot, and then I can boot into another operating system or the BIOS, and then I can shut it down from there. Because Windows XP and 2000, they do not have issues with more than 512 megabytes of RAM, like 9X does. But yeah, other than that, it's great. It's a great experience. except when I accidentally may cause it to to break down and crash. Because sometimes that has happened. I accidentally made it crash. But that is not necessarily a fault of the OS itself. There was a fault on the parts between the keyboard and the chair. In other words, me. But yeah. Oh yeah, going back to the old computer, the computer my dad bought us in 2000. During its life, on its early years, no, early years. What am I saying? During its early years, we went through a few operating systems after we started with Millennium. We had Windows 95 for some reason. Then we switched it to 2000, which I remember loving. And I wish we had kept 2000 in that computer. But for some reason we changed it again and we downgraded to 98, which we have kept for quite some time actually. And about halfway through its life, that computer's life, we upgraded to Windows XP, which I think happened around 2004, I guess. But yeah, we upgraded to XP, and it was very sluggish because, you know, 566 megahertz Celeron, that was weak to be running XP. And we also upgraded some of the hardware during the computer's life. While it started with 32 megabytes of RAM, we eventually upgraded to 128 and then 256. And by the end of its life cycle, it had, I think we maxed out the capacity of the motherboard. It had 352 megs of RAM. Hold on, how much is 128 plus 128? No, forget I just did that. That's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. We almost maxed out the motherboard's capacity. By the end of its life cycle, that computer had 384 megabytes of RAM, and we upgraded the processor to the maximum the motherboard could support, which is a Pentium 3 800 megahertz. And that was much better to be running Windows XP. It was still kind of sluggish because XP ideally runs better with better hardware, but at the time it was quite alright. After all, we gotta remember that in the early 2000s, when Windows XP was new, the common amount of RAM most computers would have to be running that operating system was only 256 megabytes of RAM. So yeah, 300 plus, that was quite alright for XP at the time. But as updates came out and system requirements for programs and games and such, even the internet itself, they became more demanding. Then those specs with Windows XP, they just were not enough anymore. Just like it is now happening with my current computer here, this Core i5, this Generation 1 Core i5. It just got outdated. So by the end of that computer's life cycle, and I'm saying life cycle not because the computer stopped working. No, it still works. It's just the time it remained in service, so to say. It became too slow to be used anymore. And by that time, I was already working at my first job, and I saved money. Wait, have I finished all these ball prints here? I think I did. Yes, I did. So I have saved money, and through the course of about a year, I bought myself my very first computer. Oh, I forgot I gotta merge these layers first. I'm not going to merge these layers just yet. I'm going to work on the other paw prints here first. On this other group over here. So yeah, I I managed to buy myself my very first computer, and I bought it secondhand though. I bought used parts. So when I bought it, it wasn't a new computer. By the time I bought it, it was already like, it was still a respectable specs for the time, but it was already like, let's say, its life cycle was like halfway through already in terms of I don't want to say capacities. That is not really the word that I am looking for, but I'm gonna go with that. It was about halfway through, but still respectable specs though for the time. When did I buy that computer? I bought it like, I think it was the year 2007. Yeah, I think it was 2007. I built that machine. Vista had just came out, and honestly I did not really like Vista, so when I built my own computer I installed Windows XP on it, and it ran amazingly well on that machine at the time. The computer I built was an Athlon XP 2000 Plus. It ran at 1.60, I think 68 gigahertz it was. It had 1.5 gigabytes of RAM, DDR2, no, DDR1 I think it was. The motherboard was an Abit or Abit, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. They are no longer in business anymore. Very good brand though. They made good hardware. Abit KV7 something, I guess, or just KV7. It was a nice board. I started with an 80 gigabytes hard drive, SATA. Actually, I needed to install extra drivers for Windows XP to recognize the SATA drive, because Windows XP did not have SATA drivers to be using a SATA hard drive. Can you imagine that? We take it for granted now, but that sort of thing was a thing back in the day. And what else? I don't remember what graphics card, the exact model of the graphics card I had, but it was an used NVIDIA graphics card that some client had left behind because they were not going to use it anymore. And the cooler on that card was actually a bit janky. I think that was one of the reasons why the client didn't want that card anymore. So the card was going to be discarded, but it was still working perfectly fine, aside from the cooler being a little weird. So I got it. I got to keep it. It had only 64 megabytes of RAM, of video RAM in that card. A good card though. I still have it and it still works. At least it did last time I tested it. And what else? Yeah, those were the basic specs of the machine. And like I said, those were still respectable specs for the time, at least where in the area I live. I'm pretty sure that in the United States and Europe and such, specs were much higher by then. But regardless. So I kept that computer for... how long did I use the computer? Well, I did upgrade to this Core i5 that I am using now in 2010. So that's like 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I used that computer with those specs for about 3 years. But those specs were quickly became outdated. So after those 3 years of usage of that computer, things were starting to get too slow. Internet was too heavy for that processor. Windows XP itself was taking even more of the processor because it was heavier by the time. So for another whole year, I saved money from work. And you gotta remember, at the time, computer hardware was way cheaper than it is now. So it was much easier to make an upgrade then than it is now. So for about a year, a little over a year, I saved money, and thankfully, thanks to my employee discount, I could afford the parts I needed for this computer here more cheaply than I would otherwise, so that helped. And so through the course of about a year, I saved money, and I built this Core i5 that I am currently using now, and that was about 10 years ago, almost 11. But yeah, and by the time Windows 7 had just came out on the year before, 2009, if I recall correctly. Yeah, 7 came in 2009, and when I first tried a 7, it was installing on a client's computer. I still didn't have this Core i5 that I have now. My first experience with 7 was installing it on a client's computer, and I gotta say, it was love at first click. I installed 7, it was a very easy installation, it looked gorgeous. I still think Windows 7 looks beautiful, it looks gorgeous. I love Windows 7 interface. I think it looks very beautiful. You could use a dark theme for Windows Explorer, but what can we do, right? Anyway, I installed on that computer, I started configuring it, setting it up, and everything worked. Everything was easy to do, everything was practical, functional, things just worked. I loved it, and I told myself, dude, Mike, when you build your new computer, this operating system is what you have to install in that thing. You are going to use Windows 7. And so I did. When I built this Core i5 back in early 2010, I went straight to Windows 7. The motherboard on this thing does support Windows XP. It does have drivers for it, but I never installed Windows XP here. I went straight to 7, and I still am using Windows 7. And if I'm honest, when I managed to afford to upgrade to a modern system and finally retired this 10-year-old Core i5, I really wish I could still use Windows 7. Because if I'm honest, it's not necessarily that Windows 10 is bad. Credit must be given where it is due, and Windows 10 does have its strengths. It's the downsides of Windows 10, sorry, that annoy me, and that makes me hate it so much as I do. Because it's not like I have never used Windows 10 either. I do. I have Windows 7 on my work computer. Windows 10, sorry, on my work computer. I use that thing, and my clients also have Windows 10 on their computers, and I have to service those. I have to use and service my own computer with Windows 10 and service their computers with Windows 10. And I'm not gonna go into details on the many reasons why I dislike Windows 10, but let's just say that it has plenty. Now, to be fair, for a regular user, someone who just turns on their computer and go on Facebook, go watch a video on YouTube, occasionally might play some game, light use, people who do not really understand anything more advanced than just turn it on and click to open the web browser, for example. For people like that, it is a perfect operating system. It works. But for people who actually understand more, who even have to service the thing, like it is my case, who actually have to, and I'm going to use a car analogy over here, who have to open up the hood to work on the innards of the thing. For people like me, Windows 10, it just sucks. It just does. Because unlike Windows 10, unlike Windows 7, unlike Windows Vista, mind you, and Windows XP, and even Millennium and 98 and 2000, Windows 10, it is so much more unpractical and more difficult to service. When you have to do maintenance on a Windows 10 machine, there are many things that you will either spend more time on doing to achieve the same results that you would on a computer running Windows 7, for example, or some things you might not even be able to do at all. And there's, in terms of just usability as well, there are many things that Windows 10 does worse than Windows 7 did. Like, it has a few things that I can't really name any from the top of my head right now, but there are things on the operating system itself that you gotta give it extra clicks and navigate through more menus to find certain options that you want, that you would otherwise find more easily on 7 and before, and it just takes more time. And this is kind of is what I call a trend that I have noticed going on in the industry, and this is going all over the place. And it is companies making the interface of their systems, operating system or a website, be more complicated and more time consuming to use than they used to be. And Microsoft has been doing this a lot with Windows 10, and so have Facebook been doing with their site. DeviantArt has done it recently with their site as well. I've gotta say, DeviantArt Eclipse, it sucks compared to the other one. It does look nicer, but it's just way more unpractical to use. And bottom line is, with this trend of making things more complicated than they used to be and more time consuming, you end up spending more time doing simple tasks than you would otherwise spend on a previous version. And spending time unnecessarily, that is something that I hate, and which is why, at least in part, why I was saying earlier that it doesn't annoy me, but it does bother me that I take so long to get anything done art-wise, because spending more time than I otherwise would have to on anything, that annoys me. And as you know, time is money. At least when you are talking in terms of actually working with computers and fixing them and such. You spend more time, and time is money. Which layer is this? Okay, this is the one. But yeah, things are just more complicated and time consuming. Like, I'm going to give you, I'll try to give a simple example. Let's take Windows 7. Okay, let's imagine a simple issue. Let's imagine that there's a Windows 7 computer, and the graphics driver, the driver for the graphics card, it is corrupted. So whenever you boot the machine, you boot into Windows, the moment Windows loads the graphics driver, it blue screens because the driver is corrupted. So it gives you a blue screen of death, and you cannot do anything on Windows, right? You cannot open Task Manager, you cannot go on msconfig, you cannot do anything. It will either reboot by itself and blue screen again, or you have to manually reboot it. Now, assuming that is the problem with this particular hypothetical computer, well, on Windows 7 and Vista and XP and 2000, that's a very easy fix. All you gotta do is reboot the computer, press the F8 key a few times on the keyboard, and then it will boot into a recovery menu where it will give you a few options. It will give you the safe mode option, safe mode with networking, I think safe mode with logging, the normal mode, and plus a few other options that I can't remember from memory right now. But the one we want for this example is safe mode. So okay, you got this menu just by pressing F8 while the computer is booting. It took you like what? I don't know, maybe 3 seconds, 5 seconds to get this menu. Quick. So you select safe mode, you hit enter, and the computer will right away boot into safe mode. It is not going to reboot to then load into safe mode. It is going to load into safe mode straight from that menu. So that's going to take you that's going to cost you like what, another 3 to 5 seconds more or less. Let's say 5 seconds. So far that's been what, 10 seconds of time spent. Great. So now the computer has booted into safe mode, and because safe mode doesn't load any drivers, only the very bare essentials that Windows requires to function, it is not going to blue screen because it is not loading the graphics driver, which is corrupted. Okay, so what is the next step? Open the system properties, hold on, device manager. Yeah, you open device manager over here and you go to the display adapters. You find your graphics card here. In my case, no, this computer is a GTX 1060. And what you do, you either disable or uninstall the driver. Easy. So you do that, right? And you reboot the computer. When you reboot the computer, it will no longer have that corrupted driver. So when it boots into normal mode, it is not going to blue screen, and from there you can just install a fresh copy of the driver, one that is working. And another reboot maybe, depending on the driver. Some might require you to reboot the computer, some might not. Problem solved. And how much time have you spent doing all of that? I don't know, 10 seconds on booting into safe mode, plus let's say another minute removing the defective driver. Let's round to 3 minutes. Yeah, let's give a good 3 minutes. Now, this very same simple problem on Windows 10, without any changes to anything on the operating system, but because there are some things you can do to get a similar procedure like the one I have just described. But let's say you just have a stock Windows 10 and its graphic drivers are corrupt, just like I have described on this hypothetical Windows 7 machine. So you cannot do anything on Windows on normal mode because Windows just blue screens the moment it loads. Okay, so let's reboot it and go into safe mode, right? Wrong. You cannot press F8 on boot on Windows 10 to go into the recovery menu and then load into safe mode like you can on Windows 7. No, you cannot. It does not work. That function has been removed, or rather disabled. What you gotta do, and there's a few different ways, okay? I'll see if I can remember all of them to describe to you. One way to boot into safe mode on Windows 10 is by going here on run, you type msconfig, come on, it's going to show you this screen here, or rather a similar one because this one is a bit different on Windows 10. And from here you will be offered the option to boot into safe mode. In this case here, safe boot. So you select this, click apply, okay, and you reboot the machine. And on the next boot, it is going to start on safe mode. So that's one way. But this way requires you to first be able to boot into the normal mode, which you cannot because the computer blue screens when it tries to do it because the graphics driver is corrupted. So you cannot do that. Another alternative is by, if I'm not mistaken, using the task manager, which you also cannot do because you do not have access to it because Windows is blue screening. So what can you do? The other option is you reboot the computer. It is going to try to boot into normal mode. It is going to fail. So let's say you have an SSD and the boot is very quick, so you are going to spend like, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds on each boot. So you boot once, it fails, 5 seconds. You boot another again, you reboot, it fails again. That's another 5 seconds, so 10 seconds. You reboot it again, it fails again, 15 seconds. So far, we have already spent more time than we have spent booting to safe mode on Windows 7. Okay? So you reboot it once more, and then on the fourth boot, Windows 10 will finally understand. It will finally think to itself, "Hey, I am incapable of booting myself. Something must be wrong. I should probably show the recovery menu to the user so he can help me fix the problem." So then, on the fourth boot, when you have already spent like 15 seconds on this hypothetical computer, of course your mileage may vary, but for the sake of this example, let's assume each boot takes 5 seconds. So you have already spent 15 seconds. On the fourth boot, Windows 10 will finally give you the recovery menu. And the recovery menu it's going to show you does not give you the safe mode right away. No. You gotta spend a few more seconds navigating through the menus in this recovery menu to find safe mode buried down under I think one or two other menus inside this main menu. So you finally found safe mode there. Let's say it took you like, I don't know, 4 seconds to find safe mode. Maybe less if you actually know where exactly it is, but if you have to browse around to find it, go looking for it, then it's going to take a longer time. But let's say it took you 4 seconds. Okay, so you found safe mode. How much time have you spent so far? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's round it to 20 seconds. Okay, so you spent 20 seconds looking for the safe mode in this recovery menu. And you hit enter. You select it, you hit enter. The computer is not going to just load into safe mode. Oh no. The computer will reboot. So there's another 5 seconds for you. So that's what? 25 seconds? Okay. So it's going to reboot, and then it's going to load into safe mode. And then you will finally have access to the device manager, and then you can work with the driver and fix the issue. And then you're going to reboot the computer, so that's another 5 seconds plus the few minutes that you have spent removing the driver. All in all, as you can probably already tell by now, you have already spent way more time trying to boot into safe mode with Windows 10 than you have spent actually fixing that computer with Windows 7. And remember, in this example, both of them have the exact same issue, so therefore the exact same fix should be applied. So in other words, it is not practical. It sucks to service that Windows 10 machine, because you spend more time to do a simple task than you would be spending otherwise on a computer with Windows 7 or Windows Vista or even Windows XP or 2000. It is not practical, and this is only one example of the many things that Windows 10 makes you spend more time on doing, simply because it either has hidden away a certain function that you would otherwise easily find on a previous Windows version, or because the function has been completely disabled or removed. It's all those extra steps that Windows 10 adds that costs you more time. It makes it less practical to use, less functional. And this is just one simple example. I could go for hours talking about all the problems that Windows 10 has. And again, like I said, for a normal user who doesn't really do much on the computer, who doesn't have to service a thing, it's fine. It's okay. But for someone who uses and services the thing, no. It's just not worth the trouble. Like I said, Windows 10 does have good things. It does brings many improvements over Windows 7, but for each 2 improvements, it also brings, let's say, for each 2 upgrades, it brings 3 downgrades in relation to Windows 7. And that is why, as a computer technician, I usually say that the more I use and service Windows 10, the more I hate it. Because another thing, every time Microsoft updates it, something either breaks or they make something that was simple, they make it more complicated. And it's just so annoying. And going back to the F8 example, you can actually restore that function to Windows 10. There is a command that you can run on the command prompt or the PowerShell. You gotta run as administrator, but you can run it, and it restores that function. So you can boot into the classic recovery menu by pressing F8 on boot, and it works. The problem is, if your Windows 10, let me turn on the light here because it's getting a little dark. If your Windows 10 machine is set to automatically update, which you cannot easily disable on Windows 10, so every Windows 10 will update itself sooner or later, regardless if you want it to or not. If your Windows 10 updates, eventually it is going to reset that setting, so you will lose the F8 key on boot functionality, and you will have to manually redo it again until the day Microsoft decides to just remove the thing completely, which they likely will do eventually for some reason. I don't see the reason why they disabled the thing in the first place. But yeah. And that is another gripe that I have with Windows 10. Settings. Settings and Windows Update. On top of breaking things, and this happens a lot, if you follow any technology blog, for example, you will, and I promise you, you will frequently see some articles saying that the latest Windows 10 update has broken something. Well, Windows 10 update is deleting user files and stuff like that. It happens there too frequently. Far more frequently than it should, if I'm honest. So yeah, another gripe I have is settings and Windows Update. Windows Update frequently resets settings on Windows 10. You change a setting on Windows 10, Windows Update is guaranteed to eventually reset that thing. And this has been a problem because especially on my clients' computers, they use shared folders and shared printers on the network. The major issue with the shared printers. Let me show you a little setting here on Windows 7, and this setting is also available on Windows 10. Let me go here on the change advanced sharing settings and public, all the way down here. You see this option here, password protected sharing. If you have this option here enabled, turn on password protected sharing, and this is the default setting, by the way. If you share a printer or a folder from your computer and another computer tries to access that stuff on your computer, Windows on that other computer will ask for a password and user, which is fine. If you are sharing files, you might want to have them more protected, so okay. But for printers, that is a bit of an issue, especially if the computer does not have a password on the user. So like, let's say my computer right here, let's say this computer does not have a password on my user. If I install a printer on this computer here and share it to, I don't know, maybe my dad's computer, if I have this setting enabled, every time he tries to print something on my printer, which is connected to my computer here, his computer is going to demand him to input a user and password, but he cannot because there is no password on this user, so it's not going to work. Doesn't matter what he types in. He could type admin, and that's not going to work. So in such cases, what you do, you click this option here, turn off password protected sharing, click save settings, And now, if you want to use the printer, the shared printer, that is not going to ask you for a password anymore. It's just going to work. It's just going to work. You command it to print, and it's going to print. Windows 10, if you change that setting, like I have to do on my clients, because they use a lot of shared printers, and their users on their computers do not have a password, and believe it or not, that is for security reasons. I know this sounds contradictory, but that is the case. After all, who knows what some employee might be doing on the computer? So yeah, the uppers at the company, they need to have full access to what's on the computer. So if they suspect something, they can just easily go to that terminal over there and boot and see everything that's on Windows. So the users do not have passwords. Only the computers that actually need more security, like the server, the computer of the company's owner, the manager, those do have. But yeah, the regular users, they do not, and they use a lot of shared printers. So that setting has to be changed. So the computers are not going to be asking them for a password, for a login, every time they want to print something. In Windows 10, when it updates, it frequently resets that option. I set it to not ask for password. Windows Update sees that and says, this is wrong. This is not how you are supposed to use Windows. I'm going to show you how you are supposed to use Windows. Here, let me re-enable this for you. You're welcome. So it re-enables the thing. And next thing I know, my client opens a support ticket complaining that the printer is not working. And the first thing that I ask is, has Windows recently updated? And the answer is usually a yes. So I go on that computer where the printer is installed physically. I check that setting I have just showed you, and lo and behold, it is set to ask for a password and login. And what do? I disable that setting, and voila, it magically, the printer magically works again. And I know this is one simple thing, and sure, this thing I have just described, it is not a big deal. It isn't, not at all. But this is just one of the many other issues that Windows Update causes on a Windows 10 machine. And again, like I said, most users might never notice many of these things, but people who service these things, they notice. And when the user doesn't notice, they will notice the problem that it causes, and then they make a support ticket, and here goes the IT guy to fix the issue. An issue that otherwise would not have existed if Microsoft didn't force their own settings on the user, if they actually allowed the user to use their computer as they want. After all, they supposedly have paid for that Windows license, so supposedly, in theory, they should have the right to do whatever they want with that operating system. But no, Windows Update thinks it knows best, and so it messes around with the operating system. And that is not even talking about when Windows Update breaks something, because I've had this issue many times at my clients, and even my own very computer over here that has Windows 10, my work computer. The only time I ceased having problems with that computer, software-related issues, Windows-related issues with that computer, and I'm talking about my work computer, by the way, the one here that has Windows 10. The only time I stopped having issues with Windows on that thing is when I disabled Windows Updates. I disabled Windows Updates, and the problems magically stopped happening. It's incredible. Now you might be saying, but Mike, you should not disable Windows Updates. That is dangerous. What about the security updates? Your computer is vulnerable. Yes and no. There's a saying in computer world. I don't know if I have just made up that term, but whatever. I'm gonna roll with it. There's a saying in the computer world that says the best antivirus you can have on your computer is the user. The best antivirus is the user. So yes, contrary to what many people might say on the internet, that you are not going to doom your computer if you disable Windows updates. You are not going to doom your computer even if you use Windows XP on the internet, because that doesn't have any more support from Microsoft. It's not necessarily the end of the world. You can still safely browse the web with such machines that are not updated via Windows Update. You can. It all boils down to mainly one thing: your user habits. If you know what you're doing, if you don't if you don't access shady websites, if you don't download shady files, if you just know what you're doing on the internet and you do it safely, you're okay. Honestly, you don't even need an extra antivirus on Windows 10, for example. You can just use Windows Defender, and that is going to be perfectly fine for you if you have healthy habits. And the same thing goes for the lack of updates via Windows updates. You can still safely use a computer if you have safe habits. Now, of course, you will still be vulnerable to maybe some potential attack. Let's say you have drawn the lotto and hey, you are the one person in the world that one hacker decided to invade the computer of. You'll still be vulnerable to that, but then again, you also will still be vulnerable to such sort of attack if you still have Windows Update on, regardless. The chances of you having your computer invaded in such manner are still pretty much the same. So really, honestly, what is the difference? That said, though, you can just disable Windows updates altogether. For instance, you do not need the feature updates. They hardly ever add anything really useful, and most of the time they just break stuff. So screw them. But yeah, you can just disable Windows Update altogether. It is not very easy, not very simple, on Windows 10 anyway. You have to either fiddle about with the registry, or you gotta download a third-party tool. Like a very good program that can do that easily for you is WinArrowTweaker. I'm not sponsored, but that is a very good program. I recommend it. It can also give you access to many useful settings on Windows 10 to make the operating system more bearable and more usable and more practical, for that matter. But yeah, you can disable Windows updates altogether, or you can disable everything except the security updates. And there's actually a script for that on the web. I was actually watching a video about it the other night, and that is something I'm probably going to be doing on my work computer. And I think that is more recommended, even because you still get the security updates, so that's the security side taken care of. If you are still afraid of not having Windows updates, you still get those updates without the things that actually break your system. And at the same time, your computer will be a little more quicker. No, Windows will run a little more lighter, more faster, because it is not going to have as many things boggling the resources on the background. And of course, it is not going to restart by itself when you don't want it to, on the worst possible times. Not near as much anyway. So yeah, that is something that you can do, and something that I'm definitely going to be doing on my own computer here, my work computer. And as of recently, sometimes I have had to disable Windows updates on some computers from my clients, ones that are running Windows 10 anyway. Actually, just this week, I had a call with a client. He was having issues with a computer, and turns out it was being caused by Windows Update. So I suggested, hey, we can disable Windows Update and those problems should stop happening. Actually, this was the week before, not this week. And he agreed. And lo and behold, the computer has never had any problems, not those problems anyway, anymore. At least I haven't received any call or any new support ticket for that computer for that problem. Actually, I haven't got any more support tickets for that computer since. And I believe I never will again. Not for those problems. For something else in the future, but not because of that problem. I just don't remember what exactly was happening with that computer, but it did have something to do with network settings which were being reset by Windows Update. And that was really hurting the workflow of the office. But yeah, these are just some relatively minor things of many things. There are many major things as well that the Windows 10 has been doing wrong. Not has been doing, the Windows 10 does wrong and has always been doing wrong. And these things they just annoy me. They annoy the heck out of me. And those things are things that I really do not want to put up with on a daily basis on my daily driver computer. It's one thing to use Windows 10 on my work computer, which I only have to use a few times a day for a few hours. Another one is to use it every single day for several hours for gaming, for streaming, for doing art, for doing anything. That would just annoy the heck out of me. And for that reason, well, that is one of the many reasons, I should say, I don't like Windows 10. I wish I could just keep using Windows 7 forever. Because Windows 7 does not have any of those annoyances. It just works. It's practical. Sure, it lacks some of the new features that the Windows 10 has, but I'm okay with it. It doesn't give me headaches, so I'm fine. It's worth it. The only problem is, now that Microsoft has finally pulled the plug on the official support for Windows 7, this operating system will, I'm gonna say 2 to 3 years from now, this operating system will not be usable anymore. Not if you want to browse the web and still do your daily tasks like I do currently. For one, internet browsers will no longer support it. So newer versions of web browsers are not going to work, and as the web itself evolves and upgrades itself, you will lose access to some websites until the day that no website will load on Windows 7 anymore, because the browser you can run on it is not going to be supported. So that day is going to come. And there's hardware support. Anything modern now only supports Windows 10. It does not have any drivers for Windows 7. So if you want a newer machine that runs to run Windows 7, you will have to go for an older hardware. And as I already experienced with this Core i5 that I have now, this 10 years old Core i5, software will become more and more demanding as time goes on, and therefore what a hardware spec that you have now will in a few years no longer be capable of running the newer stuff that you would otherwise be running on the operating system at the time. So like this computer I have here, when it was new 10 years ago, it was blazing fast. I never had to wait much for anything to load. It was really quick. The specs remain pretty much the same. I did upgrade the RAM over time and the graphics card, but the processor has remained the same. I never overclocked it. It's still the same one it was 10 years ago. What changed here was the softwares. The internet requires more RAM to run. It requires more processing power. Photoshop itself also requires more processing power and RAM. Everything requires more system resources. And so these settings, these specs, they are not anymore, they are not good for modern usage. They were good for stuff that was out in 2010, but not for stuff that is out in 2020. So if you opt for older hardware to run Windows 7 in the future, you are going to soon run into the same issues that I run into right now. So eventually you will be forced to upgrade hardware. And when you upgrade hardware, you'll also be forced to upgrade your software, in this case the operating system. So you will be forced to use Windows 10, and that is exactly what is going to happen to me. And if I'm honest, I wish I could just migrate to Linux, but unfortunately there are many things that I use on Windows that either do not run as nicely on Windows or on Linux, or just doesn't run at all, and there is no decent equivalent available there. And mind you, I have been trying out stuff for a couple years now. I still haven't found any perfect or even decent replacement for some of the programs that I use here on Windows 7. And that is annoying, because I will be forced to still use Windows, and it's gonna have to be Windows 10. And I will have to put up with the bullcrap that Windows 10 pushes into the user. Kind of similar to mobile OS support we eventually drop. Exactly. Like, I have an old phone. This is a Samsung Galaxy something, I don't know. It runs Android 2, I think it is. Yeah. That thing does not support most stuff anymore. So if I want to install, like, I don't know, let's say Among Us on that cell phone, it's not gonna run, because the software does not support it anymore, and the hardware also surely might not support it either. But yeah, I think I lost track of what the point I was trying to make. I don't know. But yeah, newer hardware will only support this crappy operating system, that is Windows 10. And I say crappy not because the OS is actually bad. Like I said, it does have its strengths. It's just all the bad things that it has. It just doesn't make it very worth it. Just doesn't make it the good things all that worth. That is all. And if I'm honest, in terms of issues that I have to service on Windows 10, I'm not even joking. Back in the day, I never had as many troubles servicing a computer with Windows Vista as I currently do with Windows 10. Believe it or not, Windows Vista was less troublesome than Windows 10. And that is ridiculous. Now, for the hoofprints of the pony here, I have noticed I might be running into a little bit of trouble. I can still apply this effect around, but this inner area here, this is too tight for me to apply this effect properly. Let me see if maybe I can do it by reducing the size. That looks like crap. I'm gonna have to keep it like this. But yeah. Now, having said all that, for years now, I have been using my work computer as a guinea pig, so to speak. I have used a computer and a virtual machine as a guinea pig to try out and test methods, quote unquote, to make Windows 10 more user-friendly. Mainly for myself, but also in part for my clients as well. Because improvements I make here, if I make an improvement that I think will be welcome on a client computer, either for the user to use it or for me to service it later, then I definitely want to apply it then. And I have been using a virtual machine and my work computer as a guinea pig to try and make Windows 10 more bearable to use. And I think that I have reached a point of equilibrium where I still have Windows 10 there, but it is more usable and more practical. Not as much as Windows 7, but close enough. I Windows 10 for its snappy feel, it's kind of modern and easier to multitask on, but it has so many issues like customer has better Lenovo trackpad. Let's say when it seems save drive update. Yeah, see, that's another thing. That there goes back to what I was talking about Windows Update, either breaking things or resetting settings on Windows on by itself when it shouldn't. Windows Update Windows 7 never did that. It never did that on Windows Vista, and never did that on Windows 2000 or XP either, let alone Windows Millennium. There's no reason why it should do that on Windows 10. Now, as for this snappy feel, that has more to do with the hardware it is running on rather than the actual operating system itself. Because in terms of the OS, Windows 10 is actually a little heavier than Windows 7. App readiness, oof, I know, right? And there's also the times that Windows 10 gives you a notification saying that there was an error, so it had to change your default PDF reader to Microsoft Edge. There was no error. Every single time I do a fresh install of Windows 10, I install Adobe Reader and the Foxit Reader. I install both to have a redundancy. So if one program stops working, the user can always use the other one, which sometimes is necessary. And every single time I do that on a fresh install of Windows 10, it doesn't take much long for the Action Center to show me a notification saying that a problem was detected, so Windows changed the default PDF reader to Microsoft Edge. But there was no problem. It's just a fresh install of everything. That is just made up stuff to force you to use Microsoft Edge to read PDFs. And don't get me wrong, Microsoft Edge, the Chromium based Edge, is actually really good. I prefer that over Google Chrome, believe it or not. Although I am a Vivaldi guy, I use the Vivaldi browser. I love this browser. It's amazing. I highly recommend it. But anyway, Edge, Chromium Edge, is a good browser for browsing the web. But who wants to use Edge to read a PDF unless you are loading it directly from the web? If you have a PDF file on your computer, you just want to read in a dedicated program, either Adobe Reader, Foxit Reader, or whatever have you. But no, Windows 10 thinks that you should not be using anything else but Edge. And when you try to change default programs on Windows 10, like let's say you want to change your default browser from Edge to Vivaldi or Chrome or even Slowzilla CityFox. Slowzilla CityFox. The Slowzilla CityFox. You must go to the settings menu, navigate through a few menus in there, and select the browser that you want, and then Windows is going to give you a warning saying, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Implying that if you do this, you are going to have problems, or you're going to cause problems. Something's going to break or something. And that is just stupid. Just let me change the default browser. Let me change the default music player. As I own you, computer. Let me do my thing. Come on, I am not going to break you by changing the default program for this particular thing. There is no need for that. That is just stupid. And that is one other thing that annoys me about Windows 10 is the complete absence of freedom the user has. The user has their freedom taken away. Every time Windows updates, more and more of the user's freedom is taken away, because more and more it becomes more restricted. And that is just annoying. Now, Windows 10, one of the other things that annoys me about it is that you must give it permission to do almost anything. You want to copy a file to your C drive? You must give permission. Sometimes it will not even let you do that because it's going to tell you that, oh, you must have administrator rights to perform this action. But I'm like, but I am the administrator, you stupid operating system. I command you. But Windows is like, nope, you need admin rights. You need the permission from the administrator. Even though I am the administrator. There's actually memes on the internet about that sort of issue. But yeah, and that is one. You remember now when I was just talking about me using my work PC as a guinea pig to testing out ways to make Windows 10 more usable and more friendly and such. That sort of thing is one of the things that I have been trying out on that computer. And I have not perfected, but I have managed to get Windows 10 to be far less annoying in terms of, oh, you need permission to do this thing. It's way much better now. And that is one thing that I have been applying to my clients' computers, because they often have problems with that sort of thing as well. And that is annoying. That is annoying to them because it breaks their workflow, and annoying to me because I have to then service that and do something to change that. And speaking of annoying things, we have a bot. Let me get rid of this bot on the chat real quick. Bots are not welcome here. You go away, bot. You're just as welcome here as Windows 10 is welcome on my computer. Let's see. Ban that. There we go. And now the bot is gone. You know another thing that is stupid on Windows 10? When you want to open a file, it is a certain extension. Oh, I can actually merge these layers here. I'm going to do that now. You want to run a file. It is a different extension, like, I don't know, maybe, let's say you have just installed 7-zip, and because of how Windows 10 works with default things, it did not assign merge layers. It did not assign the 0.7-zip to be opened automatically by the 7-zip program. So let's say you have a 7-zip file, so Windows doesn't really know what to do with that file, and while here on Windows 10, for instance, you can right click a file and go on open with, choose default program, which will then give you a little window where you will choose a program that you have installed on your computer, so you can open that file with that type of computer. On Windows 10, when you go to that route, it hardly ever will give you access to the programs you have in your computer. It will always give you the option, look up for a program on the store. I don't want to go to the store, I already have the thing here. Why don't you give me access to that thing? The store doesn't even most of the time have the program that is required there. Footprints. So yeah, that is a stupid thing. You don't need that. And that is another thing that I have managed to change on my installation, on my install of Windows 10 on my computer, on my work computer right next to my main computer here. thanks to WinArrow Tweaker, again, that program I talked about earlier, which again I highly recommend, you can disable that annoying thing. So when you want to select a program that you already have, Windows will actually allow you to select something that you have already installed in your computer. And that is so much better. Why can't it be like that out of the box? Or okay, keep the look for a program on the store, but also give me access to the things that I have already installed in the computer. You know, what's the harm in doing that? I can either select from the programs that I have installed, or if I want, I can look up on the store. But no, Windows 10 forces you most of the time to go straight to the store, even if you already have the correct program installed in the computer. And that's just stupid. Oh boy. Again, I could talk trash about Windows 10 for days. Okay, so I have just finished applying that effect on the hoofprints from the pony. What I'm going to do here is, well, first let me do the pony fully visible so I have a better view of what I am doing here. Front hoofprints. Wait. Oh no! I've only done the front hoofprints. I still gotta do the back footprints as well. Ah no! I forgot about this. I forgot he's a quadruped. Take it. Oh no. Okay. Let's do this. Where is this one? It's there. Okay, let's make the pony semi-invisible again. Because what I was going to do next is I was going to work on the perspective of these hoofprints, so they look like, you know, like they are actually there. So that's that. Okay, this is the layer I want. You know another thing that annoys me about Windows 10? The Action Center. It gives you notifications in the Action Center and it just keeps them there. They never go away. And you stay with that notification sitting next to the clock all day long until you manually open that thing that takes a piece, that takes a part of the screen. And that's just unnecessary. Not to mention the times when the Action Center opens by itself and just keeps covering this whole section of your screen here until you close that by yourself manually. There's no need for that. Like seriously, what is wrong with the pop-up notifications that Windows 7, XP, Vista and 8 have? There's nothing wrong with those. Honestly, they are far less annoying than the Action Center on Windows 10. And it's not like you cannot... which layer is this? Okay. And it's not like you cannot get rid of those notifications or see them later, because Windows will still keep them in the tray. You just gotta click on the Action Center. Actually, it's not called Action Center on past Windows versions. It's it actually is Action Center. But yeah, we just gotta click here and you see all the stuff that you have been notified about. There's no need for that gigantic thing here that takes a bunch of space on the screen. That is just stupid. That's another thing that I have disabled on my install of Windows 10 on my computer. And I actually disabled that on my client's computers as well. Not only it is far less annoying with that thing disabled, but on a day-to-day use, you actually don't even miss the Action Center at all. And it's not like, oh, but Mike, what about the settings to enable or disable Wi-Fi? You know, that button that when you click on the thing there, it opens the thing that you can see Well, that's still there. You just click on the clock, and not the clock. I think I forgot the thing, but whatever. The network. The option is still there. So again, why have the Action Center take a huge chunk of the screen? There's no need to. No need to at all. So yeah, like I said, I have disabled the thing on my install on my computer, and granted, I do not use that computer as frequently and for as long as I use my main computer, this one here that I am streaming from. But I do use that computer a lot for work, which, by the way, I gotta spend money on buying a new power supply for that thing because the power supply on that thing died. So that's over 400 bucks that I'll have to spend on that machine that I do not want to spend money on. But anyway, I never had any problems with the absence of the gigantic action center that does nothing really useful but to take space on the screen and show you annoying notifications. Heck, I don't like notifications even on my phone, let alone on my computer screen. But yeah, you can live perfectly well without that action center. I'm gonna drink my water. I have been talking a lot and drinking too little. Gotta stay hydrated. That's better. My mouth was getting dry. Now, you know something that I really would like to happen? I don't know if you guys ever heard of a project called React OS, but if you haven't, that is essentially a Windows clone. It is not a copy of Windows code. It is built completely from scratch, and it is being made to be as compatible with Windows programs as possible. And it's currently in alpha. It has been for literally decades. I have been following the project for many years now. It's a really cool project, and there's a lot of potential there. Sorry. That is something that I really want to see becoming a fully fledged operating system. You know, something that can actually compete against Windows and do a better job at being Windows than Windows has been doing. Currently, their interface and most stuff are very Windows 2003 like, but according to tests, many modern programs that run on Windows 7 and even Windows 10 also run on that operating system, and most of them flawlessly. So really, if it weren't for that OS still being in such unfinished state, I would definitely migrate over to that instead of Windows 10 when the time to abandon Windows 7 comes. And it even supports themes, which is awesome. Actually, fun fact, Windows XP themes run on React OS, believe it or not. You can just grab the theme files straight from Windows XP, dump them into into React OS in the correct folder, and they will work. It's amazing. So that is a project that I want to see becoming a fully fledged operating system someday. And the day that happens, unless Microsoft decides to get their crap together with Windows 10 and actually make it something more practical to use, I'm definitely migrating to that. If by then I haven't already found a way to migrate my stuff to Linux, and therefore no longer ever needing Windows 10 anymore. Which hopefully is something that will happen someday, because with Linux is awesome. I am still a very big noob in terms of Linux, but the more I use it, the more I like it. I have Zorin OS. It is a Linux distro. I have Zorin OS installed on another hard drive on my work computer, and I love it. It's a really cool distro. Although Linux, as it is currently, doesn't seem to like multiple monitor setups, multiple screens setups very much. It doesn't. In terms of multiple screens, Windows is still does a better job, or at least I haven't figured out how to make it work better on Linux. Because again, like I said, I'm still a big noob in terms of Linux. But yeah, it's a very good operating system. I highly recommend everyone to learn Linux. It's good stuff. Okay, I think that after this hoof over here, I'm gonna have to do that other one there, and then I will be done with the hoof prints of the pony. And then I can fiddle about with the effects and angles and such. Alright, let's go. It should be this layer here. Yep, it is. I love this song. It's sweet. Fun fact, actually. A few years ago, I wasn't depressed. I didn't have depression, but I was feeling very depressed because of a friendship that I had, and it went sour, and it wasn't even my fault. So I was very sad about that, very hurt. Still am, but I've managed to move on. And it was because of this song, specifically this song, that I have managed to move on and close those wounds. And I have been feeling okay from that ever since. It still hurts, but it's not like, oh, this hurts, I miss them. No, I'm okay. Thanks to this song, the lyrics of this song, I somehow managed to move on from that. I'm going to start the song over, and I'm going to be quiet so we can listen to the lyrics, because they are very sweet. And also, I kind of need to rest my voice for a minute. I have been talking a lot. Windows 10, man, Windows 10. If you want to get me to speak, just bring up Windows 10. Okay, let me start the song. I think this works. Let's apply the layer style. Perfect. Just requires a couple adjustments. Copy from there. Six. Four. Six. Those footprints look a bit different from the footprints here. There, didn't I tell you the lyrics of the song are just great? I love that song. Now, I'm a little bit confused here because I have just applied the exact same layer style that I have used here on the Yoshi's footprints on the snow to the pony's hoofprints on the snow, but for some reason these look different from those, even though these are using the exact same settings. So what the heck? I do not understand. Confused dragon noises. Why does the hoofprints look so much darker than the Yoshi's footprints? They are the exact same. Like literally, they are the exact same settings. Here, see over here? Pin light, 50% opacity. Bevel emboss, stroke, emboss. I am looking at the settings on the Yoshi, by the way. Size 1, softness 16. Inner shadow multiply, angle 120, distance 4, size 6. If we go here on the hoofprints of the pony, there, pin light, 50%. Bevel emboss, emboss. Stroke emboss, wait, stroke emboss smooth, is it right? Should be. Stroke and boss. Yeah, that is right. Stroke and boss is smooth. Texture, that is the same. Blend mode multiply, 75% opacity, distance 4, size 6. It is the same. I don't quite get why this isn't working. I have an idea. What if I move these over here? Just for comparison reasons. They still look different. What? Why is that? Maybe because the Yoshi's footprints, they have this division here. So and the pony's hoofprints, they oh, let me increase the opacity here, because I think the problem here is that I need to make a few adjustments. Let's reduce the soften. Nope, let's keep it at 16. Inner shadow, yeah, this is where I gotta change things, I believe. Size, nope. Size 0. 1, 2. Distance 4. Yeah, let's keep distance at 4. No, let's increase the distance a little bit. Increase the size a little bit. Now the blend mode. Let's change the blend mode. Actually, let's not change the blend mode here. Let's change it here. Let's bring this back to 50% opacity. And change this thing here from pin light to something else. Let's begin with normal so I can cycle through everything and see what each one looks like. Color burn. Color burn looks okay. Lighten also might work. Screen too light. Not a bad choice though. Overlay seems okay too. Hard mix, nope. Difference, oh definitely no. Luminosity, nah. What is that one I talked about? Color dodge? No. Dang it, what was the one that I said that might work? Color burn? No. Lighten, let's keep lighten. Yeah, that looks okay. Not as good as I had hoped though. The dragon's paw looks better than that. Huh. Interesting. And I did color this thing the correct color, right? Yes, I did. Wait. Why isn't this applying this black color? It should apply black. Oh, okay, I see. Huh. Oh, this is weird. Interesting. So really, as it stands here right now, apparently the color doesn't really matter. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like that. I see it's okay as it is. Let's do now the dragon's paw prints. And his I think I have already applied the thing with the eraser. Oh yes, I have. Awesome. Okay, so let's make the pony and the Yoshi semi-transparent again, so I can better see the dragon's paw prints on the snow. I should probably save this as another file for backup reasons. Yep. Wait. What the heck? Okay. Alpha 1. Okie doke, it's saved. Let's see here. Dragon. Let's expand. Hold on, let me retract this one. Expand this one. And all of these layers are going to be merged together. So merge layers. Let's move them into this group. Actually, let's not move them into that group, not yet. Because first I need to merge these layers on that group. Merge layers. Now I can move layer 19 into this other group over here. Okay. Now both of these, they need to have their effect apply first. So hold on. Not paste layer style, because currently I have the wrong layer style for the dragon paw prints. I'm gonna copy this one here. Copy layer style. Okay, dokie, dokie. Now I can paste it. Paste it here. Paste it there. Now you might be wondering, but Mike, those do not look like the test sample that you have drawn down there. Yes, they do not. Because I have not given them the color that they are supposed to. Not yet. See the difference there? Now that's the exact same. That's because I have just applied this color here. But for the time being, I'm going to keep them black like this, because I am going to merge these two layers together. And now I am going to at least try and give this perspective. Let's scale this, bring this down a little bit. Let's use some distort. I might need the warp with this. Yeah, let's try warp. Give this a little curve. I must be careful because I need to keep these paw prints as close to their original position as possible. Let's have those there. Now let's pull this over here, like so. And also I gotta be careful because not only I gotta keep them as close to their original position as possible, but I also gotta keep in mind the perspective, and I gotta be careful to not deform them too much. I think this looks okay. Let's flatten this a little bit, bring it up. To the side a little. Now that's not good enough. There we go, that's a little better. Because the idea here is with this leg, the dragon first stepped here, and then he moved his paw over there. When he sat down. Yeah, I think this works. Bit more warping maybe up here. Hang on a second. Let me see something. I did not save a sample with the paw prints here. Okay, that's no problem. Let's do a little change here. There. And apply. Now let's lock this layer. And let's change these paw prints from black. Well, first let me hide this one. From black to whatever color this is that I have selected here. Whatever it is, it works. And that's what matters. There we go. Now let's make all three characters fully visible. So we can better see what I have accomplished. Let's make the trees visible as well, right? Yeah, it's there. There it is. That's better. Let's zoom in a little bit. Perspective-wise, this could be a little better, but I'm not sure if I can improve this much without messing the position of these prints on the snow. I might be able to, but I'm not going to do that just yet. First, let me check how things are doing here. Now, as you can probably tell, the dragon's paw print on the snow, it is darker, implying that it is deeper than the Yoshi's footprints and the pony's hoof prints over here. Because after all, the dragon is much bigger and therefore he's much heavier than those two guys. Now I don't like this one here going so close to the tree there. Braveheart would have knocked down that tree if he stepped there that close. One thing that maybe might work here is if I get all of these prints together and I shift them around together. Let me try. Well, first let me name this layer paw prints. Let's select these. Well, this one can go away. Let me select this one can go away as well. Let me select these three groups over here. Let's Control T them. And let's probably mess up everything. Perspective. Let's widen this a little bit. Go back to scale. Let's bring this down a little bit. Let's put it up just a couple pixels. Now let me have a closer look here. Let's bring it to the side a little more, because I want this hoof print over here to match, more or less at least, the position of this hoof that is hanging in the air. Maybe up a little bit because of these footprints over there. Now let's bring it back down. Zoom out. Okay, now that paw print is a little farther away from that tree, so that makes more sense. Let's apply. Yeah, this works. Now, because I have just made a major change on this layer, I'm going to save as a different file. That way I have a backup, I think. So this is alpha 2. Let's open alpha. Oh, it's still saving. Okay, let's open alpha 1 to confirm. Okay, so the last save on alpha 1 was from before I apply the color, and I think even the perspective. Oh well, no big deal. This perspective here is fine as it is. I like it, I think. Let me hide the characters. Oh yeah, this works. Now this kind of looks like they wear here, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I like this. It works. Nice. Although maybe I might make a couple changes to the dragon's footprints, paw prints here, just so it looks they look a little more deep in the snow. I'm not sure what exactly I am going to change here to give that idea, but maybe the distance. Nah, let's keep that at whatever that is. What was in here? Let's cancel, start over before I accidentally mess it up. Okay, it was 6. 20. Let's reduce this. Yeah, let's keep this at 20. Multiply. Linear burn. Darker color. Hey blah! Happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you doing? I am almost done with these freaking paw prints on the snow. Vivid light, thin light, now that is barely visible. I am doing quite alright myself, thank you. Although a bit tired because I was cleaning the front yard. Still haven't finished that. Difference looks good, but the color is wrong. Subtract, divide, hue, saturation, color, luminosity. Luminosity. I don't know, guys. Maybe luminosity might be the thing I am looking for. I think it is. Let me apply and then immediately undo to see the difference. So this is without the luminosity setting. This is with. Without is better. Okay, I'm going to keep it like this, like the without. I can now delete this group because it is empty, as well as this one, and that's it. I'm just going to rename this, remove this front word from here. Okay, so these three, I'm actually going to move these three out of the background layer group. Let's have them outside. I say let's have them outside. There we go. Because from here I am going to decide where exactly I want these groups to be, or even if I want them to still be groups, because you know I might decide to just move the layers inside those groups, which is actually just one layer per group, but still I might decide to move those into their respective characters. Right here, like for example, let's say I get the Dragon Paw Prince layer, and then bring it over to the Braveheart group over here, which is the dragon. You know, but I'm not going to do that now. Okay, let's save. Always remember to save the progress. Just gotta be patient. Okie dokie, let's see here. What to do next? Ideally, I would have to do some marks on the snow to, you know, to imply that this tail has moved on the snow. Like, you know, when the dragon sat down, his tail was on the ground but pointing more straight into this direction and then curving around here, and then he moved this tail further close in like this, so maybe he dragged the tail across the snow. I have no idea how I'm going to accomplish that. Where's the paw print? Here it is. The paw print sample I have made. Let me make a new layer here. Footprints look good. Thank you, Blah. It took me hours to make them to give this effect to them. Because I think you were here on the last Sunday. You saw me draw those prints on the snow, and it took forever to place every single one in the correct position. And today it took forever to apply the effect to every single one of them. Here, let me give you a closer look. Like, here's the Yoshi's footprints on the snow. You see that they are not as deep as the dragon's paw prints, because he's a much lighter boy than the dragon. There's the pony's hoof prints, also not as deep as the dragon's. But yeah, took forever to make them, and then I had to work with the angles and perspective. That took forever. Although, thankfully, I rambled about Windows 10 for the most part, so I barely noticed the time going by. I would have been lost doing that. Yeah, you know what? I cannot say that I knew what I was doing. Most of the time I do not know what I am doing. Just like right now, I know what I have to do to give the idea that this tail has been dragged across the snow. I just have no idea how to do that. I'm gonna try a few things and see what happens. So what I think I am going to try here is... Oh, I just realized something. These characters, they have weight, right? Each one of them has a different weight, and they are standing on a soft surface. Just like their feet left marks on the snow. This happened because they have weight. Therefore, when they stepped on the snow, they sunk a little bit on the snow. And I have to reflect on their feet, their hooves, and their paws. This idea that they have weight and that they are slightly sunk into the snow, which means at some point I will have to figure out a way, similarly to what I have done to the base of the trunk of the trees. Like if we go over here, you see this one here. It has kind of a curvature. It kind of looks like the snow is surrounding it rather than this being a flat thing on top of the snow. You know, it looks like it is an actual object that is sticking through the snow. So I need to figure out a way to convey that sort of effect on their hooves, their paws, and their feet. Ah, boy. Oh no, more things to plan out. That I'm going to think of that later. For now, let me try to figure out the mark that this tail should have left on the snow. As always, I have no idea what I'm doing, so I'm just gonna use this pen over here. Excuse me. I'm just going to try and use this pen, and I don't know. Let's see what happens. So my idea here is that this tail, so like, yeah, it was sticking, going in that direction, and then kind of curved into around here. So maybe anchor point here, and here, and there, and there. Okay, now I gotta connect this to that one, but this will have to run through the tail. There are a lot of light bugs bugging me here. You know those tiny little flies, those tiny little bugs that keep flying around the light bulb and sometimes into the light bulb? Yeah, I've got a bunch of them here right now. Really annoying. Some are even walking on my screen. That is really bugging me. No pun intended. Okay, so I have done this. Let's convert point tool, zoom out, select this anchor point, do this curve. Yeah. This is going to work the way I intend? I have no idea. Mainly because I am not sure what exactly I am expecting. I'm not sure I know what I am intending to do here. I don't know what I am doing. Okay, let's do this. Okay, maybe this anchor point here must go away. How do I delete this anchor point? Wait, what the heck? I'm gonna try using the mouse for more accuracy here on this selection. There we go. I was doing it, but I was doing it wrong. Okay, so I kind of want this to be... dang it. Now it reset. So I want this to be curved, because you know, the tail might have, you know, I don't know. I really do not know. Dang it, I've done it again. I really don't know what I am doing, guys. I really don't. I am doing it, I just don't know what I am doing. I am hoping that whatever I am doing will give me the result that I think I want. This is art in a nutshell. You do things, you just do not know what you are doing. Most of the time. Okay, so that goes over there. And let's delete this anchor point. Yeah. Let's make this a little more curved. I think the music has stopped. No, it hasn't. Good. It's just a very quiet start on this on this next song. Okay, so I have done this. Although, I don't know. Now here's the thing. Shape-wise, this looks fine. I just don't know if this is going to be any good for what I want to do. Let's make the selection. And let's color this with the same color that I was using for the paw prints. Uh-huh. Okay. Now, let's apply the same layer style. Okay, that actually does not look very bad. Okay. Let's fiddle about with some settings here. Increase the distance. I need more zoom. Uh, what is the original setting here? 16? Let me cancel this again. In shadow 6. Let me increase the sizing instead. 65. Let's increase the distance from 6 to 0. Okay. Okay, this is a start, I think. This is a start. Size. The original here is 1. Let's see. Okay, let's keep this at 1. I mean, it kind of already looks like the tail has been dragged around, doesn't it? It kind of does. I did not mean to press Ctrl S. I meant to press Ctrl Z. Okay. But here's the thing. Because the tail has been dragged around, instead of, like, you know, having set on the snow and then lifted and then placed somewhere else, like the paws have been, for example, it should not have as much texture like this as it is in this manner. Because, you know, when you drag your hand across the sand, it leaves a specific kind of pattern, you know, mark. I needed to accomplish that on this here. But first, I need to use the bathroom. So if you friends excuse me, I will be right back.
So follow your destiny. This twisted future isn't right. Let's bring the real you to the light. I'm going to make you realize. So open your eyes. It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
I gotta figure out how to do those marks on the snow from the trail being dragged across. I think what I am going to attempt is, well, first I gotta move this layer out of here. Let's bring this closer to the dragon. Let's have it here between these two groups. I'm going to name this tail print. Sure, why not? Tail print. And just to make sure I am not going to mess this up, I am going to, no wait, I was going to duplicate this layer, but first I'm going to save. Okay, now that this is saved, I'm going to press Ctrl A, I'm going to press V and move it to one side, then to the other. Now I have this whole thing selected, and let's go to the snow layer, snow texture here. This is the one that I want to duplicate, and let's hide the original, because what I am going to do now is I am going to use the smudge tool, and I am going to drag this snow layer, snow texture, across in kind of a circle like this. I am 100% sure that this effect is going to take forever to be applied, and is going to take a lot of the processor, because this computer is old. How about we take a look? Okay, so this is the CPU usage. I'm going to drag this to the side over here. 60%. Okay, as it is, this is quite alright. Let's see what that is going to do when I begin what I want to do here. First, let me select the correct brush. Yeah, I think this here is going to be okay. Let me zoom out a little bit. Actually, I want an even larger layer and brush. 1000. Bigger. 1100. Yeah, that's okay. At least for this test anyway. And here we go. Let's watch that processor squeal. I am even going to do this kind of slowly. And I have let go of the brush. Of the tablet, I mean. And the brush. Look at the processor usage over there. Skyrocketing. And as we can see here, the cursor is on that weight circle thing. Interesting. The OBS does not capture the animation of the weight cursor. You know, this little circle, blue circle. It doesn't capture the animation. It's just still. Now, believe it or not, it is moving. I don't see the effect being applied yet. I know it is, I just can't see it yet. I cannot even zoom in to have a closer look. This is going to take some time. And the worst part is, because this is so slow to apply on this computer, if I don't like the result, I will have to undo and do it again, and that is going to take another half a century. Well, at this point I really cannot do anything but wait. And I probably should not have used a round soft brush. I should have used something more. I bit my tongue again. Dang it! Ah. Is my tongue too big for my mouth? What the heck? Anyway, as I was going to say, I probably should have used a brush more akin to what I have used to apply the effects, some of the effects on the paw prints. So that should probably give this a little more of a texture, if that makes any sense. I am not sure, but I think the application of the effect is right about here so far. So this whole area here up until here, effect has been applied. I think, I'm not entirely sure because this is so bright that I can't really see, I can't really tell. I need more zoom to actually see what is going on there. Although right here where I have the cursor right now, I can see the snow texture. So if that texture disappears, then I will know that the effect is being applied in this area, or has been applied in this area. And so far I do not yet see that. Ah, these light bugs, so annoying. Oh, there it is. It is coming. It is about here. So about halfway done. Now, not only I have to apply this effect to make it look like the tail has been dragged across the snow, like I said, you know when you drag your hand across the sand and it leaves that sort of pattern, a trail per se. Not only I have to do the effect of the tail being dragged across the snow there, but because the tail would have been dragged after the dragon has sat down, and therefore after he has walked into this position, these two paw prints here, they will need to go away because in theory the tail, once it was swiped across, dragged across, it would have swiped clean these two paw prints over here. So yeah, well, first let's try and nail down this effect here, and then I'll be concerned with those paw prints over there, because remove those two there, that is going to be absurdly easy. All I gotta do is run the eraser there. Or just select those two here and then press delete on the keyboard. So that will delete everything that is inside the selection. And that might be actually what I will use instead of the eraser, because right now I have that brush on the eraser, and I might want to use that again for something I do not know what. But for the time being, at least until I am sure, I should keep that brush there on the eraser. And see there, didn't I tell you that the processor usage would skyrocket when I was applying this? When I upgrade this computer to a modern system, this is not going to happen. Not as easily. Not with something this simple. And something this simple is definitely not going to take this long to load. Well, to process. Now, whereabouts is the effect? I think it's around here. So a little bit more. Let's watch. As soon as this finishes, I'm pretty sure the processor usually is going to drop to about here, maybe. About this area here, more or less. Come on, i5, you can do it. Come on. Almost there, I think. But again, like I said, if this doesn't work the way I intend, if I don't like this effect, I will have to undo and do it again. Oh no. I think it is almost done. I think it's about here now. And just a reminder, this effect is being applied only inside this selection. If it were being applied outside as well, that would take even longer. And the brush I am using is not even at full strength. It's only at 30% strength on the effect. Hey, there we go. And look at the processor usage. Oh, look at it going down. There. Didn't I tell you it would drop to around here? There it is. Amazing. Okay, let's see if this application is any good. Let me undo to compare. That undoes the selection. Okay, it seems too smooth though, but so far it looks okay. I mean, it lacks some texture, but instead of undoing, I can just do this, make the original visible, and hide this one. Wait. Excuse me. Oh, never mind. That is just a selection. It's not a new layer that I have created. I probably should have made a new layer instead. I don't know. Anyway. I think it looks okay. But I do think it kind of likes more texture. Let me delete those two paw prints over there. Where are they? Yoshi, Pony, Dragon paw prints. Here. Let's select these two. Delete. As it is, I think it does look like the tail has been dragged, but I feel like it lacks more texture, and it's too smooth, and I'm not sure. The tail, as you can see, this is a long tail, okay? And even with perspective, I think this curve over here is a little too short for the length of this tail. Now, either this is indeed too short and therefore wrong, or we are working with the idea that this tail has been flexed around. You know, kind of like this. Okay, so imagine this here is the, hold on. Imagine this here was the original position of that tail, more or less. Yeah, kind of like this. Okay. Now imagine that the tail has been, the tip of the tail curved as it was moved across the snow. So the more it was turned, the more it was dragged down, I mean, the more it curved within itself, if that makes any sense, until it finally got to the position that it is right now, which is more or less like this. You know, imagine that it kind of have made this movement. So yeah, as it was dragged around, it also was bent innards inside the curve over here. I still kind of feel like this is still too short, even if that movement was made. What I should probably do is first figure out the effect that I want to achieve here, and then worry about the actual dimensions of the curvature. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. As such, let me undo this, and I am going to keep this like this. And what is this layer here exactly? Ah, this is just the shape. Oh, nice. So there is a shape. Okay, good. And there we can see the snow where I have applied this smudge effect. Okay, so let's bring the shape back. So the shape remains untouched. That's this layer, tail print. What can I do about the texture? Because I cannot simply apply a texture, a pattern, or something like that, like the snow, like this, for example. Like I said, this is snow that had something dragged over it. So it does need a texture, but it must look like, you know, kind of like this over here. You see these marks? Very, very subtle. It must look more like this, but more of these. And that is a lot of stuff that is missing from here. So I need to do those. I'm just not sure how I am going to do them. What I do know I will do is create a new layer and save this color sample that I have used for the tail and not the tail, for all the paw prints. Let's put it over here. Let's name this paw prints color sample and hide it away. Okay, why have I done this? Because now I can safely pick another color for here if I want to, which I certainly will eventually. And that way, if I do change that color there on the selection, if for some reason I want to go back to using this exact shade of whatever this color is, what is this even? It's a shade of blue with gray. If I want to go back to this specific shade, I can just re-enable this layer and just simply use the color picker from here. So that will save me trouble. And speaking of saving trouble, let me save the progress. Excuse me. Yes, I will have to give some good thought to how exactly I want to proceed with this thing. Let me save. Oops, I was. What have I done? Uh-oh, wait. Oh no. I accidentally messed this thing up. How do I get this back to being a tab? Uh-oh. There we go. I am going to save this as a PNG, just as a progress sample, like I have been doing with the past Sundays. Let me name this. This is actually Alpha 2. Ah, wait a second. That means I have to rename these as well. No problem. Let's name this Coloring Alpha 2. Let's name this one Coloring Alpha 3. And this one that I'm going to save now is going to be called just Alpha 02 Sample, which Photoshop thinks it exists. It's probably because I haven't renamed those files, so I gotta close the window and open another one. Yeah, that will work. So let's name this Alpha. There's Alpha 2. Alpha 2 Sample. Now this is going to take a little bit to save. Yeah, it actually went pretty quickly up until 91%. Now while that happens, I want to select these two previous samples, and as soon as that one is done saving, I will select that file as well, just to have a comparison of how much progress I have done since I saved this first file here. It seems to like the number 91, taking a while there. I am pretty sure that if I open the text manager, the processor usage will be high. Yep, there it is. 98, 180. Incredible. And the RAM is almost all gone as well. Incredible. Well, can't do anything but wait. Hey, there we go. It's done saving. Let's select that one. Ah, look at this progress. Awesome. Can you see the base of the trees over here? This is what I was talking about earlier. About the trees. About making look like the characters are actually in the snow, you know, because they have weight. And pay attention to this tree over here, for example. On this version of the file of the progress, it was just a flat thing over the snow. Now, because I have made it look like it is surrounded by snow. See the difference there? Now it looks like it's actually in the snow. And that is a sort of effect that I need to apply to the feet, hooves, and paws on these characters here. And the sky looks much better now as well. Look at that. Nice, very nice. And the paw prints, I think they look very nice on the snow as well. Now it's just this mark the tail is leaving on the snow. I need to figure that out properly. What I think I can do here, and probably might, is select some shades of this snow and draw lines going across, kind of like this, and then using the smudge tool again, and lots of patience, dragging over those lines. So they should, in theory, make ripples kind of like these over here. Now these here exist because of the actual snow texture, but they are not sufficient, they are not enough. And yes, I think that is what I will need to do. I will do that, however, some other time, because I have already been streaming for a little over 4 hours now. And this should be about all the time I should have for today. So guys, the usual reminders at the end of every stream. Chill Art Sunday. The streams like this every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I play a different game every week. So if you like some games, you are welcome to join. And unlike these Sunday streams, those streams are not really chill. Like you should have seen the last time I streamed Phasmophobia, for example. I screamed a few times. It was very fun. But yeah, anyway, Gaming Friday, every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Every week a different game. I'm not sure what game I'm going to be playing on the next one, so stay tuned for announcements. And art on every Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time with the Chill Art Sunday. And occasionally I might be streaming some extra stuff on Saturday, but since those are not scheduled streams, you have to stay alert for any announcements when one of those is going to happen. I still want to add another stream slots sometime in the week, likely on Wednesday, but I don't yet know what exactly I would be streaming on those days, so I have not yet decided. So also stay alert for those announcements, on those things as well. Other than that, I want to clarify one thing about the Dragon Tokens thing that I have enabled here. I actually have not really figured out what to do with those. I enable them, but I haven't really set them up properly. So if you go there on Dragon Tokens, you will see a few options like highlight my message, unlock a random sub, send a message or something. Those are just default things that Twitch puts there. I have not set them up. I will work on those soon. I want to work on those soon. I want to add some fun stuff like, I don't know, make the dragon drink water or meow. I don't know. I'll try to think of something fun to add those there, so we can improve the interaction and actually have me do silly stuff. I think that should be fun. Also, those emotes that I have for people who subscribe, those were I still gotta work. Excuse me. I still gotta work out those. Gotta flesh them out. The ones that are there currently, they are pretty much just placeholders. I put them to test, and I never really did anything else with them. I want and will change them, replace them for something more fun and actually more useful in a chat soon. That's going to come soon. But yeah, anyway, I think that is all. Everyone, I hope you have enjoyed. I have a great time, and stay healthy, stay safe, stay hydrated. Staying hydrated is very important. Actually, my glass of water is now dry because I drank it all. But yeah, guys, I hope you have enjoyed. God bless you, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up the balance in your chips, because I'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sight contrive new conflicts. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion of the year. Good bet on taking trips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl, but I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You've got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.